Clear my voice. Well, let's see. It looks like we're getting close to everybody. I'm gonna clear my voice again. Over.
We are now live.
Okay, that's the cue, I think, for starting. So, good morning, everybody. Great turnout. Looks like everybody mostly is here. I'm going to start the session, and then do I turn it over to Julie for a second, or Allison or Danny, or I'll see who picks up after I get done. Just a couple reminders. We're live. We will be live all day except for breaks. And also, I think it's always beneficial to mute if you are not going to be speaking or have questions. So this is a session on our comprehensive transportation plan and our land development ordinance. Sorry. It is a joint work session between the town board and the planning board. It also includes all of the planning staff and Kimley Horn consultants. The purpose today is to review everything I just talked about, and at the conclusion, hopefully have good firm direction on the community transportation plan that at this time we have tentatively scheduled for an April 2nd public hearing, and then also better understanding where we're going with the LDO and how we are going to try and get that adopted by the July 1st date. I want to take 1 minute just to remind us how we got here today. So it all started, or has been starting over several years. Primarily started when Danny came on, and we completed a couple of significant plans. The new community plan for growth, our growth master plan, and also our Main Street design plan. And as we were going over the last couple of years, in 17 and 18, we had a lot of land use issues come forth, and it became pretty apparent that we needed and wanted to update our UDO. And so I think about September of 2019 and October 2019, the town board said, let's get started on this and start making and amending and creating a new UDO. And so we went through a review process, and we also at that time decided we want to do our CTP. We put them both out for consideration, and Kimley Horn was selected to do both. And so they have been on board with us since the start of early 2020. The goal was always to take about 18 months. And we had a few things that happened in the last 18 months. First, we had a legislative session that came forth last year that came forth and said that all communities must amend their LDOs or UDOs with certain requirements that we'll spend time today on by July 1st of 2021. So all of a sudden we had a new kind of mandated date that we must get completed. Secondly, we had a pandemic set in that quite frankly, we lost probably a good 60 days as we transitioned and worked around and sorted through how we were going to do the work. And then third, we had a large development come forth, Cobblestone, who is going to wanted to locate in our downtown. And while we were working on the UDO, we thought it would be best to take care of that town center zoning to accommodate redevelopment of that area. And that took a few months to get through that, but we're through that. So with that all being said, now here we are today, the end of February, with a good start on an LDO that has been worked through probably, I think, probably had about 5 meetings of stakeholders who have worked on that also. And then also the CTP has been working through over the last year and a half, and they've had a group of stakeholders of which you'll hear about working through that also. So both of these documents have had significant review work done by outside groups, and today we're going to hear the results of that and go through that. So I just want to take a moment to remind us a little bit of why we're here and what our goal is. So with that being said, who do I turn it over to? Danny, Julie, or Allison? Julie, you want to speak up?
We're going to turn it over to Allison and get right into the CTP introduction.
That sounds good. I'll actually chat first. I'll kick it off. And I'm going to share my screen. So hopefully that will go off without a hitch. So Kelly,
Jonathan, introduce yourself, please.
Yeah,
Jonathan, take a moment to introduce everybody. So
I sure will. That'll be our first order of business. So I am Jonathan Whitehurst with Kimley Horn, and I'm actually straddling between the LDO and the CTP a little bit. So my role is as a project coordinator is just to make sure that you know the projects speak to one another. I've been a part of this process throughout and have been excited to serve in that role. I am running the PowerPoint, so any technical hiccups you can blame me. But the voices that you're going to hear most throughout the day is Allison Flewitt, who is the project manager on the CTP side, and Mr. Kelly Klepper, who is the project manager on the LDO side. So Allison or Kelly, I didn't know if you wanted to do quick introductions here or if we'll let you introduce yourselves here in a minute.
Yeah, sure. We can do quick introductions here, Jonathan. I'm Allison Flewitt. It's nice to see everybody again. Happy that we were able to get together, at least virtually today, to talk a little bit more about the CTP and the LDO. I am the project manager, as Jonathan said, for the CTP, and I have on the line with me today also Starla Cuso, who is our lead analyst for the CTP. So between me and Starla and Jonathan, hopefully we'll be able to field any of the questions that you all have for us. But I am actually based in our Raleigh office for Kimley Horn, and I've been doing CTPs and regional plans for the entirety of my 17 years with Kimley Horn. So I'm happy to be here with you all today. Kelly, do you want to introduce your side? And Kelly, you're muted if you're talking.
And if Kelly's having a technical difficulty with his microphone, I'm happy to introduce our side of things, Allison. My name's James Zerman, for the record. I work with Kimley Horn and Associates with Kelly Klepper, and we are responsible for the Rolesville Next side of the UDO implementation, or the LDO actually, now that we've modified some of the labeling throughout the document to make it easier to follow for everyone here on the call today. We're excited to be here today and look forward to diving into some details.
Yeah, and I think I've got my audio and technical issue resolved, as in like hit the button that says unmute. We're going to have probably, as Kelly will tell you, the majority of the time with you all today, working with Julie and Danny throughout this entire project. And hopefully what you're going to see is kind of a linkage between the two components, whether it's the CTP or the LDO. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of, we'll say, interaction, especially with the Kimley Horn team here on the LDO side, as well as Danny and Julie, because this has been a true team effort working through this entire process, especially with Julie and Danny kind of shepherding us through the steering committee and, you know, gathering those comments so that as we're kind of providing everything, you're going to start to see this whole project start to take shape.
Thanks, Kelly. So, Kelly, Arnold did such a great job of giving us the backstory of how we got to to where we are today. Now, one of my jobs as a project coordinator as it relates to this meeting is just to be the timekeeper. We've got quite a bit of information to get through and some discussions to have. And the way that we worked with town staff to structure this was to do it in a way that we kind of got the most important pieces as part of the discussion. But we tried to do so in a way that doesn't overwhelm any of the participants. And so we do have a set of expectations that I wanted to chat really quickly about. We want you to receive the information for both of the studies, and then there's certainly some input and some guidance that we want you all to provide. And then we're going to start. I mean, the whole point of this session is to really advance the cause to get us a few steps closer to adoption on both the CTP and the LDO. And so the detailed agenda that we made available outlines some of those key dates that are kind of out there in the not too distant future that will really kind of be the stepping stones that we'll take to get both of these projects completed on time. Now, in terms of today's schedule, as Kelly Klepper mentioned, a good portion of the conversation is centered around the LDO. That's not to say that the CTP is not important. It's just that the CTP is really close to being adopted. And this is really more of a presentation of here it is. We're excited with where we landed. There's a little bit more details to be worked out on the LDO side. Lucky for you all, there are definitely some breaks in here. So we'll have a mid-morning break, we'll have a lunch, and then we'll have an afternoon break. My hope is that you all won't be offended if I ask us to either table something that we know is going to come up as part of a future discussion to kind of keep us on task, or if I just kind of gently push us in the direction of kind of making progress so that we're not all sitting here at 8 o'clock at night wondering what happened to dinner time. So with that, you'll see that we're going to jump right into the CTP discussion, and hopefully this meeting will go as scheduled because we are right on schedule out of the gate. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Allison.
All right, thanks. So just to outline briefly, what you'll hear from me over the next hour and 15 minutes or so, we want to just bring you all back up to speed. As Jonathan mentioned, we are spending the majority of the day today on the LDO, and we've had the chance over the past several months during our plan development to get in front of you a couple of different times to give you some updates on the CTP. So we've had the chance to actually share a little bit more of our process along the way. And so this really is the culmination of a lot of our efforts. So we're not going to spend a lot of time canvassing those things that we've already had a chance to share with you in previous meetings. But we do just want to give a quick reminder on the planning process and the first round of public engagement that helped get us to where we are with our recommendations. And then we'll talk about our overall recommendations development process, our land use context areas, our refined recommendations and where we've kind of landed with all of those different modal recommendations, and also how we've reached back out to the public to re-engage as part of that process. This will culminate with a discussion of project prioritization and how we take the next steps into making this an implementable plan. And finally, you'll start to get a sneak peek of where we're headed with the document, which will ultimately be where we're going to be coming back to the planning board, potentially in late March, and the commissioners in April. And as you already heard, just one more housekeeping thing, feel free to come in, ask questions during this process. I know I'm kind of the first presenter of the day, so I don't want everybody to get lulled into a stupor. This is definitely intended to be an interactive question and answer working session. So please feel free to ask those questions, post it in the chat, unmute, and ask a question as we go, because we definitely want to make sure that everybody's getting their questions answered as we go through this process. But just to kind of recap our planning process, this is really a 4-stage planning effort. So you can see kind of at the beginning here with our existing conditions and framework, we were primarily focused on collecting our data and working toward a better understanding of the conditions that are currently underpinning our transportation system in the Rolesville area. That portion also included the development of a vision and goals that we'll talk about here in a little bit. Then we moved into a multimodal needs and recommendations phase. And that was really our opportunity to take all of the different travel modes and think of them holistically. And hopefully you'll see that as we go through this a little bit on into the presentation. We've been trying to focus really from the very beginning about how all of these travel modes relate together and also how they relate to their surrounding context, understanding that land use integration. And we felt very fortunate that we've had the LDO kind of happening alongside us to be able to make sure that we're getting some of that symbiosis that sometimes we're not able to get when those things are not done in tandem. We then moved into a project prioritization process where we just tried to better evaluate and understand the impacts of all of those different recommendations, thinking about things like estimated costs, who was going to be involved, and then the timing for all of those going forward. And then ultimately, we'll be moving into our documentation and consideration for adoption, which will be happening in the spring of this year. So let's talk a little bit about the vision and goals, because this was a process that was developed based on coordination with town staff. Our steering committee, we had a project steering committee that was specific to the CTP. We had stakeholders that we were able to talk with during the process, as well as engaging with the public and with you all during this process as well. So kind of taking all of those different things and considering what we had heard, we were able to then think about a vision and goals that would be appropriate for the CTP and also help to blend some of what you all had already thought about from your comprehensive plans and from other recent planning efforts. So this really arrived at a vision that was to enhance and improve Rolesville's transportation network by identifying needs and creating accessible mobility options for all users. You can see the point of a vision is to keep things pretty high level and pretty broad, but you can already pick out a couple of key themes there, like accessible mobility options, the inclusiveness of all users, and then thinking about enhancing and improving that transportation network. And then we get a little bit more specific with our goals. And these goals are important, not just because we all like to have, pretty goals that we pat ourselves on the back about, but because ultimately they also transition into how we think about recommending projects, how we think about prioritizing projects, and then how we communicate how we're doing to our constituents and to members of the public going forward. So we came up with 4 goal areas. And these were based, again, off of a lot of that public feedback and the key areas of focus that we continued to hear communicated back to us throughout the process. One being safe and secure. And we define that as improving the safety of the transportation system by providing secure facilities for all mode users. So not necessarily limiting it to some of the traditional things that you might think of, at an intersection. Certainly, intersection safety is something that you'll actually see addressed in our recommendations. But we really want to think holistically about the safety of the entire transportation system. Our second goal is accessible and connected, providing a well-connected transportation network that enhances access to key destinations within Rolesville and throughout the region. And I think that's notable because one thing we did hear from members of the public is for folks that live in Rolesville, there's certainly a lot of those key points that we're trying to get to within the community, but a lot of our folks are traveling, whether it's for work or to get to retail or other things outside of our community very frequently. So we want to be sure that we're being sensitive to helping to achieve those regional goals. Our next goal is active and multimodal, providing mode choices by expanding the transportation network to include more opportunities for bicyclists, pedestrians, transit, and vehicular users. So we try to include all of our modes there, This is not just a focus on bike ped, but just trying to think, how can we make this a little bit more of a balanced system? And then finally, efficient and enhanced. Preserving the existing transportation network through targeted recommendations that maximize benefits while minimizing costs. And this is something that the town is actually doing a really great job at already, because you all have been very proactive at working with Campo to apply for LAP grants, or for other types of funding structures where you can have a very relatively small local contribution and then springboard off into a larger percentage of funds that you're getting from somewhere else. So that's really what we're kind of hoping to continue that theme on into the future. So now let me just touch on where we have gone in terms of our public engagement. So this has been something that we've been fairly proactive about, not just within the CTP, but also trying to draw some of those parallels between the CTP and the LDO. So we've had a newsletter that we're putting out every other month for both of these plans, actually. And it documents things like major milestones or upcoming events, if we have chances for the public to engage or view new documents that may be posted up online. All of this is housed within the town's website. There is a specially dedicated part of the website there that houses these newsletters, as well as things like our existing conditions report or draft recommendations as they've been made available. And it's really been updated throughout the plan development so that somebody that engaged with us early on can continue to come back and see how all of this is growing and changing as we've gone through. And the first real place that we had a chance to engage with people was through an online public survey. And as Kelly Arnold mentioned at the very beginning of this, we launched this in the beginning of May. We had originally intended to launch a little bit earlier and also have an in-person component, but then we pivoted and we adjusted based on where we were at that point in time with our COVID restrictions, and went to an online-only survey format. So our survey was open a little bit more than a month, and we got some good feedback as a part of this. The purpose of the survey at the beginning of the process was really to inform our plan goals, identify concerns that members of the public had, gather feedback about how to enhance mobility, and just to learn a little bit more about what was on people's minds. So some interesting things that we heard. We asked the question about, in the last 5 years, if the transportation system had improved, stayed the same, or worsened. And actually half of our respondents said that they had seen an overall improvement in transportation in the past 5 years. Now, something that's interesting to note, because that's not necessarily a typical response, but probably a little bit more understandable in this area when you think about the timing of the bypass coming online and what that has done to change transportation within the area. I think that it's still notable, based on the other feedback that we received, that there are still certainly some significant issues that folks see that need to be addressed. But that was an interesting little piece of information that we had. We asked folks to better understand where they might want to spend additional dollars if they were available. And those main areas that people were interested in spending additional information or dollars were new sidewalks and crosswalks, the maintenance of existing infrastructure, and then the enhancement of streetscapes. And those are very interesting areas, because what that tells us is that there's a recognition that our system is working pretty well, but we could make a few kind of targeted tweaks to make it function even better. And that's helpful for us, because it helps us to guide some of the types of decisions that we can make. Also, the ease of car travel was rated pretty highly compared with other modes overall. And so that kind of helped us understand that we need to continue to really place a heavy multimodal focus as we think about these different planning areas, so that we don't leave any of the other modes behind, and we have work toward a little bit more integrated system. And the feedback that we got from this was ultimately used to help identify our needs and gaps within the current system. So that's kind of a little bit of a recap on where we were from just the very beginning. Are there any questions so far? Hopefully some of this should sound fairly familiar to you. All right, well, let's move on to the draft recommendations. So we had a few key considerations as we started to put together our draft recommendations. And we really saw this manifest in 3 major steps that we undertook to think about our on-road recommendations specifically. We wanted to reference the inventory of existing plans. You all have done a lot of great planning work. Some of that's been done here locally. Some of it, you all have benefited from some regional planning work like the Northeast Area Study that's actually ongoing, or the Campo Metropolitan Transportation Plan that's also actually being updated currently. And then we wanted to cross-reference those plans, update those plans, and try to reconcile them where we could to identify some of our initial recommendations. Then that's where we turn to the data at that point. We start to say, okay, we've got a list of ideas from all of those plan recommendations, but what else is the data telling us? So understanding the current conditions and the projected future conditions, along with what we heard from the public, we could start to understand any additional needs that were out there in the system. We also have to think about some other considerations, and that's on the next slide. So we have to look beyond just our jurisdiction. Obviously, the Rolesville area is surrounded by other jurisdictions who do their own transportation planning and have their own network recommendations that are ongoing. And connecting to those existing and proposed transportation systems is also going to be really important for us. So we looked at things like the Wake Forest Comprehensive Transportation Plan, the City of Raleigh Streets Plan, and as I mentioned, the Northeast Area Study, to make sure that we were staying in line, and if we did notice any discrepancies, to try to point those out fairly early on. I will note that as we kind of went through this, ultimately we ended up being pretty much in line with what our neighboring jurisdictions were also recommending. So that ended up working fairly smoothly. And as I mentioned, the Northeast Area Study, which is still ongoing, some of you all may have seen, they actually have some outreach happening this weekend, actually. We've coordinated with them really throughout this process. The timing of your plan was good. The Northeast Area Study is a broader geographic area than just Rolesville, but we were out a little bit ahead of what they were trying to do. So I think we were able to fold in some of what the recommendations that we're proposing into what they actually have going on. So it let Rolesville be a little bit more proactive partner, I think, in the process. One other thing I should probably clarify is the study area that we were considering as we did all of this. And I think you all probably know, but it bears a reminder that this wasn't just a consideration of our town limits, because obviously as we look into the future, we need to understand where it is that we're likely to continue to grow. So we looked at not only the ETJ, but also the short range and the long range urban service areas. And this really allows us to better understand transportation impacts beyond the town boundaries, while also responsibly planning for that future growth. So let's take a look at some of the thoroughfare recommendations. And again, this is something that you all saw an initial look at these draft recommendations several months ago when we did our last presentation to the commissioners. We also presented these to our steering committee back in July of 2020 as well. So this is something that's been through several rounds and several groups. Obviously, this is also part of our most recent round of public input that we solicited as well. So what you can see on here is a map that looks at on-street thoroughfare recommendations. And what we're talking about here are just some of those larger, more significant roadways within the study area. And with each one of them, we have them categorized into our NCDOT typical sections. And just to clarify what that means, you'll see over there in the key, and I know it's very small, but this is in the packet of information that you all received as well. So hopefully you can see it larger there if you want to spend more time with it. This is not just talking about capacity enhancing or the number of lanes. It's really thinking about holistically what that cross section is going to be. So we're thinking about the number of lanes. Does it have a median or not? What type of bicycle and pedestrian facilities are going to be present on the roadway? And does it have a curb and gutter section, or is it a shoulder section? So we're trying to get to that level of detail with each one of these thoroughfare recommendations. And that's important because for every one of those cross sections that we're talking about with those different amenities that are included, every one of them has a different right-of-way that is required. And that, at the end of the day, is going to be the communication tool that you all need when a developer comes to the table and wants to know a little bit more about what they need to do in the area and what improvements are going to be necessary and how far they can build to and all sorts of things like that. So just a couple of things to kind of point out as we're orienting ourselves to this map, and you will see this again a little bit later on in the presentation. We have several capacity enhancing type projects on here. Things like Burlington Mills Road, a portion of Averett Road up to the north, and also Rolesville Road down to the south. I will note that Young Street in the middle of town does not have a capacity enhancement, and I believe we talked about this in one of our most recent meetings with you all. We're not looking at a significant capacity enhancement there. Instead, we are looking at a section that will continue to be in line with the Main Street vision that has been put forward, and also the new development that's being envisioned at that crossroads of Main and Young. And this really gives you the opportunity to preserve more of that downtown feel and that Main Street core that I think the town has expressed as a priority. And I think that makes some of the other enhancements that we see on surrounding corridors, such as Burlington Mills and others, even more important and helpful to consider, because we are thinking about this as a system and not just as a single roadway in that area. We also have a couple of new location roads that are being shown here. You can see those in the dashed lines. One of them is the Jones Dairy Road extension, and one is the Fowler Road extension south of the bypass. For the Jones Dairy Road extension there, we'll have some more documentation on this in our report, but right now we're actually showing two different alternatives. There won't actually be two different alignments happening on the Jones Dairy Road extension, but that is a continuing conversation that is being had with a developer in that area to better understand which of those is going to be the most environmentally feasible of the routes. And so we've done just a little bit of a high-level desktop review of that, and we'll be including some initial thoughts, as well as starting to understand the initial next steps of how that's going to have to proceed into permitting. But that's what you're seeing there is just a couple different alternatives that may have to get considered for that. So I will also note the majority of our thoroughfare recommendations that you're seeing on here include pedestrian and or bike facilities. And where it's appropriate, curb and gutter has been recommended. You all do have some sensitive watershed areas, and so it is not necessarily appropriate in every location, but we have tried to recommend it where it is appropriate. So at this point, are there any quick questions on that? And as I mentioned, you will see that again a little bit later into this presentation.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
I know some things you looked at the feasibility of actually being able to construct, and you mentioned the one north, the Jones Dairy, and the wetland there that looks like it's going to have to be going around, kind of way he's shown, maybe as one of the options. The one that's south of the belt line or the bypass, the Fowler Road,
Mm-hmm.
I know that's undeveloped area, but I do know that it is very hilly and very rocky through there. And, I do know when they built the bypass, which is very close to that path, it was a lot more expensive than they ever dreamed of. And and I know if you don't grade it, it's going to be some steep grades on that road there. So I'm just wondering, have we looked at the feasibility of being able to actually do that extension?
Yeah, that's a good question. And you're right. I think that was one of the biggest challenges that I think we noticed in that area. We have looked at that from a high level. It has kind of an interesting alignment there. You can notice that in some locations it gets pretty close to the bypass. So we've kind of looked at it from a high level and understood that some of those terrain considerations are kind of the predominant constraint that might occur in that location. So yeah, we have looked at it there. I would say that Jones Dairy has had a more detailed look, specifically because there is a development in that area that's actively trying to decide on some of its site planning at the moment. And so it has had a little bit more detailed look because we knew that we needed to decide exactly how one of those or both of those potential alignments could interface with what's going on in there. Danny or Kelly, do y'all want to add anything to that?
Well, let me just help with this question on Fowler Road extension in that the challenge is the topography there and environmental conditions. The purpose of the Fowler Road extension was to have a parallel road on that side of the bypass for access. It is going through under a comp plan, the business part. And the challenge is going to be cost. It's going to be very expensive. And that's a big question to be studied. There has been no advanced studies of that corridor at this time. I would recommend or advise in the future as we move forward that there would be a little bit more in-depth investigation of that cost to see it is practical, because you've got quite a few restraints to work around environmentally as well as topographically. And you're correct, Mr. Kern, Mayor Kern, is that you got rock in there and it is hilly. It's going to be a lot of cut and fill that the bypass experience. If you do not get a road like this, it's going to be harder to develop a business park in that location.
Yeah, and as well as I do, Danny, most of the time, any kind of industrial or park type people, they're going to go where it's less cost. So, I think where we're going to struggle with, if that's what we want is industrial there, no industrial person will come there if they have to build a road that's very expensive. They're going to go to somewhere else. They like shovel ready. They like, very much, all the infrastructure being put in pretty much. So I don't know how we would make that work. And that's what I want to make sure we understand is how do we make that work? That we put the road in or what? Because I don't foresee any industrial folks or any kind of park people coming in and you say you got to, build a $5 million road through there.
The only thing I will add, Mayor and Board and Planning Board and staff, is that we'll be talking about this in the budget, but we think that the interchange at 401 and Main Street, that green dot there to Jonesville and possibly beyond, and some of that area deserves a small area plan of how is it potential area to build infrastructure and employment corridor in and around that area. So we've identified this as probably our next focus study so that we can really start planning where is our employment center going to be in the future, and is this feasible from all the aspects you just talked about through that area. So that's kind of where we're going to make some recommendations on how we start moving this along, because your questions are valid and we need answers.
And that transitions us well actually into our next topic, which is our land use context areas. We've heard from you all, as well as staff and the public, about the need really throughout this process to more closely correlate our land use and transportation decision making. And so we've been trying to be really proactive about this as we've gone about developing the CTP and thinking about how it can more closely interrelate with the LDO, the comp plan, and just how to make a more cohesive strategy. So we've developed a land use and transportation integration strategy that resulted in a series of context areas, which you see here, and we'll go through each one just really briefly. And I think the most notable thing that I can say is that not only did this help us better understand the types of transportation recommendations that we should be thinking about within each of these context areas and the types of multimodal accommodations that might be most appropriate as well. But this also directly contributed to the complete streets section that you'll hear about within the LDO. So there is a direct corollary that's taking place between these two documents, which I think is very beneficial. So let's just take a very quick look through these different context areas.
Allison, before we do that, can I add one thing?
Please.
As we were designing kind of this approach to the land use context areas, we did so with an understanding that the land uses, as Kelly Arnold referenced, could be updated as part of a comprehensive plan or future land use plan update. And so while you see kind of the employment center as it's represented here, if part of a future land planning process, we realize that that those employment centers are better placed somewhere else. The good thing about this approach is it's going to kind of be able to seamlessly be updated, and it's not going to affect the cross sections, because the cross sections themselves are going to be based on the underlying land use.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jonathan. Thanks for putting that in. So first we'll take a quick look at the town core context area. And you can see these are not quite at the very granular level that you might see within like a comp plan or a future land use map. We're trying to not quite get to that level of detail for some of the reasons that Jonathan alluded to, but just provide a little bit higher level understanding. Also interesting here that town core, as well as the mixed use context areas, are actually aligned with a walkable center designation in the Plan Wake comprehensive plan. So for those of y'all that have been kind of following along with that, Wake County has also been updating their comprehensive plan. And they've been putting together some of those key areas where they believe that certain types of activities should be occurring. And their walkable centers actually closely align thematically with what we're talking about occurring in the town core and the mixed use areas. So we kind of felt good that there's some cohesion there as well. Also, this is consistent with the Main Street vision and the cobblestone development in terms of what we're trying to achieve within the town core, because we're really trying to encourage walkability, bicycle and pedestrian safety within the town core area. So in the mixed use area, I think we have really a focus on convenient choices in travel and thinking about some of the destinations that may be present in these areas. You will notice, Kelly was alluding to just a moment ago, some of the area that might be in consideration for that small area plan, I believe, is included south of the bypass here. And it could be a place where we look at making a transition from more of a mixed use into more of an employment center designation. And as Jonathan mentioned, that's something that's really easy to kind of ebb and flow between this process. And we've tried to deliberately set this up to be flexible as we go along. The employment centers, our mobility principles are really focused on providing additional opportunities to live, work, and play within close proximity, and thinking about multi-use considerations on all the proposed roadways throughout the employment centers. Because we do want to have those abilities for folks to be able to get around and get to their places of work in whatever way makes the most sense for them. So the next center or context designation rather is residential, which I think perhaps unsurprisingly is the largest part of our area. And we want to think about our residential areas having those intersections with multimodal safety, making sure that those intersections, particularly where we've got a lot of mixing and conflict points happening, really providing a safe location for folks. And also supporting activity centers within those residential areas. We still want to be able to provide those locations that people want to congregate and participate in activities, you know, whether it's whatever that may be. So just having that multimodal connection that fosters that ability to connect. We have a couple of small rural crossroads locations within our study area. Perhaps unsurprisingly, they're near the outer portions of our study area. And this just helps to think about some of the walkable principles in these areas. Sometimes our rural crossroad locations are not very walkable. They're not very ped friendly. So just kind of creating those locations that do foster a little bit more of a friendly environment for pedestrians, even just to drive to and then get out of the car and get around. So providing a little bit higher level of service for some of our non-motorized modes in those locations. And then open space. Obviously, this is a big priority for the town, and this is definitely something that's going to be revisited as you all go through some of your upcoming planning opportunities. You all have a greenways and parks plan that's getting ready to get started here. And so this is something that there will be additional clarity and information continuing to be provided as a part of that. So again, that's just a quick highlight of our context areas that are a part of this land use and transportation connection. And I think the key takeaway that I have, as I said, is that they've just really been a nice thing to underpin as we think about the types of facilities that we want to see as a part of each of these areas, and then understanding how that can then go in to influence the complete streets recommendations that are being put forward within the LDO. Any questions on that before we hop into the transportation recommendations? All right, well, let's just go ahead and highlight some of these other things really quickly. So I've talked to you about thoroughfare recommendations. One other important piece of the puzzle when we start to think about our roadways are collector street recommendations. And our collector streets, just to kind of remind everybody, these are our low capacity roads, and they serve the movement of traffic from local streets to our thoroughfares. So they provide those important interim connections. They also provide enhanced connectivity within the system, and they minimize impacts in many locations to some of the prominent environmental features. Now, one of the things that's really helpful here, as you can see, you have collector streets within your area already. Those are the things that are in the solid orange lines. Collector streets are important within many of our major neighborhoods and subdivisions, but we also want to think about where we can enhance that network. And so this was done in a significant partnership with town staff to think about how many connections that we need to have to support the density of development going forward, and then really thinking pragmatically about where those connections can occur. I think it's something important to note for collector streets that we're really more interested in the end points for a collector. We want to know where it's connecting on either side. We're less invested in the alignment of how it gets there right now, which I think gives the developer, let's say if it's a new development or something that's being added onto or connected, a little bit more flexibility about how they want to achieve that. But that being said, we also need to be sure that there is a workable alternative for that collector street to occur. And so Danny, I know, put in a lot of sweat equity to get in and make sure that we were looking at workable connections in these locations as well. Now, I also want to just draw a small distinction. There's also the topic of neighborhood connectors. And that's more of something when we're thinking about multiple ingress and egress points for neighborhoods and just putting that more into the regulatory environment, that's being addressed more within the LDO. Danny, did you want to add anything on the collector streets?
Just generally that, remember that some of these dash lines are locked in through development itself, such as Jones Dairy Road, Preserve at Jones Dairy Road, and Elizabeth Springs and Perry Farms and all that, as well as the Point, Callis Falls and something like that. So I went effort to try to find the other areas to fill in the spots, fill in the gaps, do the connections, look at how they would best do with the topography and the property. It is not perfect, and it will be refined as we get into in-depth working with individual projects to adjust. Think of it as more of a corridor that could be modified. But it will provide the main connections, such as the most repeated road I have heard as a strength of Rolesville was Redford Place Drive, and Redford Place and Virginia Waters. It went right through there, and it did have very difficult topography, environmental issues, but it is now reality, and it is now an asset for Rolesville. So there will be challenges as we move forward on the collector street.
So let's look at all our transportation, our roadway recommendations overlaid here. So there's nothing new on this map. This is essentially just showing you those thoroughfare recommendations we talked about overlaid with the collector street recommendations. So you can see with the two put together that we really created kind of a holistic system that proposes some of those new linkages, but also enhances our existing connections within the town. So, oh, and can you go back, Jonathan? There's one other thing I wanted to mention. Sorry about that. One other thing that I neglected to mention previously is you can see some dots on here as well. We actually also have some intersection level recommendations. I didn't want to forget to mention those. When we're thinking about recommendations on the roadway network, it's really helpful to have a variety of different recommendation types. Some of those bigger projects, whether they be the new locations like, the Fowler Roads of the world, or your big capacity enhancing projects, or some of your smaller type projects. These intersection projects that we have on here really run the gamut. They include things like access management, just improving the intersections, primarily for safety or functionality. Realigning intersections that may not be functioning effectively at this point in time, even adding new intersections where we have new connections being made, or potential consideration for a roundabout. I'll give my little caveat here that when we say roundabout in a location, we're not necessarily drawing the line in the sand that that's what it will be. We're just simply saying that taking a look at the characteristics of the intersection, it could accommodate a roundabout, and that might be an effective way to solve some of the issues at that location. But that'll always get studied further as they move toward implementation. But having some of those smaller scale improvements at the intersection level is gives you a better chance to actually get some things implemented and move forward.
Hey, Allison, this is
Yes.
Kelly. And just reiterate the, and I would call it the Northwest region, particularly, those road callouts, recommendations all match with Wake Forest. And so, I believe, and
Yes.
if so, then it really is incumbent upon both communities working together to make those happen mutually, right?
That's a great point, Kelly. I think that one of the things we have noted is, yes, they all do align in terms of what we're talking about. And similarly down to the south, what we have going on there with Mitchell Mill aligns with what Raleigh is proposing. So the two communities will ultimately need to coordinate with trying to understand how best to move that forward and kind of keeping each other abreast of if that's something they want to make a higher priority and moving forward. It's also something that as you start to think about those things crossing jurisdictional boundaries, that's a great place where Campo can also be very helpful because they really specialize in helping kind of cross those jurisdictional boundaries and think about things that are going to be best kind of for the overall system. Yeah, great point, Kelly. All right, and just thinking about some of our other modal recommendations, I mentioned that there is some greenway planning that is forthcoming, and I think you all are well aware of that. So we have deliberately stayed away from talking a lot about our off-street recommendations for greenways within this plan, simply because we knew that those were about to be updated in a lot further detail in the subsequent plan. So what we'll be doing is including a reference to that within our planning document. And then as that plan comes online, it can essentially serve as a supplement to this. And I think one other really nice thing is that the town has been awarded a bike ped planning grant. That's the program, but it's specifically for a comprehensive bicycle plan. And that will allow you to look at on-street as well as off-street, which will help you foster some of those connections and make sure that what you're recommending from the greenway side really aligns with some of what's been recommended from the roadway side for those bike connections. So I think it's a really good opportunity to just further solidify some of those multimodal recommendations and make sure that it's more of a cohesive system that serves recreational folks as well as functional users. You also won't see anything about transit specifically in here. We have definitely been staying abreast of the work that has been done with transit planning in this area. And we're carrying forward some of those thoughts and recommendations as we go forward as well. But just really quickly, I wanted to cover the second phase of our engagement and how we had a chance kind of to take all of what we've put forward here and take it out to the public so that folks had a chance to also absorb this material and weigh back in. We actually reached out to the public in a number of different ways. We advertised via social media, on the town calendar, email blasts, and of course our newsletter, which provided updates as well. And to try to make sure that folks had as many different ways to consume the material as possible, we actually put together a narrated presentation, which is still up online, where folks could, within the span of 10 minutes or so, just be walked through everything that has happened. We have a packet of recommendations up online so that if folks wanted to kind of dig into the maps or the projects, they could do that. We also offered office hours so that if anyone had a particular question, they could join in, as well as a survey for folks to just offer any questions, observations, comments that they had on where we've landed for our recommendations. And so on that survey, just a few thoughts that we had shared as a part of this. Overwhelmingly, very positive feedback that we got, just to kind of asking some general questions, but really soliciting some of those particular comments from folks. We heard from 80% of our participants that the proposed intersection recommendations either definitely or probably would address future needs in Rolesville. 76% of our participants believe that the thoroughfare recommendations either definitely or probably would address the future needs. And then 72 of our participants also felt that collector streets either definitely or probably would. And I'll just note on the collector streets, that can be a little bit thornier topic for folks to wrap their heads around just what those do. We actually had 20% that had no opinion one way or the other on our collector streets. But we got some specific comments as well, which I think were helpful for us. Folks just observing that the 4-lane recommendation on Burlington Mills, Rogers Road, and Mitchell Mill, that they really liked those. We actually had somebody note that they were excited about the collector street recommendations, alleviating some of the pressure, which is definitely a possibility and an intent of some of those collector streets. And then some folks just expressing some of their concerns with the system as it currently is, about the Mitchell Mill and Rolesville Road intersection, and about Rogers Road and how it interfaces with some of the adjoining neighborhoods. So overall, I would say that we felt good about the ability to provide information to the public, and what we received back from the public really helped to just underscore what we felt we had developed so far. So let's go ahead and turn the page and talk a little bit about project prioritization. I want to keep an eye on time to make sure that Jonathan doesn't start scolding me at the end of this. So think first about setting the stage a little bit for prioritization. What are we talking about for prioritization? Why are we even doing this? Prioritization at a comprehensive transportation planning level is really a tool for communication for CAMPO, for NCDOT. If you have a developer coming in, it's a tool to communicate with them. It's also a tool to communicate with your public and your constituents. It's also a support tool for you all, a support tool for the commissioners and the planning board for your decision making. This is by no means taking that decision-making ability away from you, but it's hopefully providing you a piece of information along the way as you think about what's next and how the town resources should be spent and leveraged. So that's really what we're trying to do with a prioritization effort. And when we think about what we're prioritizing, we're really focusing on those thoroughfare connections. We understand that our collector streets are going to be primarily development driven. So that's not something that we're going to be going in to prioritize. And similarly, when we're thinking about those thoroughfare connections, we're thinking about the entire section on those thoroughfares. So thinking about the bicycle and pedestrian improvements, the curb section, everything that we've talked about kind of coming in part and parcel. Now, this is not the same for those of you all that are familiar with the NCDOT process, the STI, the SPOT, whatever acronym that you want to use for it. It's not the same as that. They have a very specific process that is kind of intended to serve projects when you're looking at that statewide evaluation level. But we do try to pull in a lot of similar elements because we want to make sure that when you all are using this to communicate to CAMPO or DOT, that they're going to find some common language. They're going to find some common themes that they can pull forward and say, okay, this is valuable to us because of some of these similar reasons. So you can see that in the criteria that we have listed here. And I'll just quickly run through each of these real quick. I think you skipped one, Jonathan. You can go back one slide. There you go. So first we start with the inclusion in a previous plan or an adopted plan. And really what we're talking about here is promoting planning consistency. We do want to give some credit to projects that have been kind of thought through and identified earlier. We also want to think about, in our next criteria, crash history. This is something that is very data driven. We have a lot of great information about this. And so we're able to start to look at that NCDOT data. This is also something that can be updated. So you all can continue to get this data from DOT, and 3 years from now you can say, okay, this has changed, and with your next CTP update, this will kind of give you some new information to see how things have changed and evolved. On the data side, we also look at things like from a congestion perspective. We actually leverage the triangle regional model here. So this tells you about your volume to capacity ratio. So that's essentially just means your congestion level for your roadways. So is it not congested? Is it moderately congested? Or is it highly congested? And we're talking about that for kind of our current conditions right now. We want to understand, if we were to go and improve it right now, how could we help? And next, thinking about our volume to capacity reduction. So essentially what this means is we're thinking about how it performs now and thinking about how it performs in the future. And can we actually improve it and make sure that this is something, if it's getting worse as we go on into the future, we want to be sure to highlight that and say, like, this is going to become a problem later on. So let's go ahead and fix that. And if we can reduce that, then that's going to be a benefit for us. We also think about these from our multimodal standpoint, because this was something that was expressed to us in very clear terms by the public and others that we talked to throughout our process. So including the provision of bicycle and pedestrian facilities on our projects, we want to give them a boost if they are able to accommodate those facilities. Similarly for transit, if our projects are actually going to help support some of the transit recommendations or the current transit corridor, then that's something we want to acknowledge. Now, a lot of these have been very transportation focused, but we also want to think about our land use connections and linking people to some destinations. So we thought about critical connections such as emergency services, schools, community facilities, and then activity centers, which just for ease of use, we really clarified these as mixed use neighborhoods, business parks, and commercial uses coming from your future land use map in the comp plan. And so all of those areas were identified as critical connections and received additional prioritization score. And then finally, a value to cost. So just understanding the benefit of this project compared to its overall cost. So this can be a place where you might see some of those smaller scale projects actually having an outsized benefit to cost, because in some instances, something like an intersection improvement or a certain type of access management type or smaller scale corridor improvement that's not as expensive can actually result in a significant benefit relative to its cost. And that's helpful for us too, because then you can go and kind of make a case that you're being a responsible steward of funds. Or if you see one of those big ticket projects still performing really well in your prioritization, even after you go through this, it gives you a little bit more of a leg to stand on when you go to other folks and say, gosh, we really need this widening project. So those are kind of all of the things that we're trying to think about. And I will just note that our steering committee for this, we had a lot of partners from member agencies as a part of that as well. So that was helpful that we had folks from DOT and Campo and Go Raleigh and other entities that were part of that group. So they actually were all able to review this and vet this with us as well. So let's think a little bit about moving this into project implementation, because it all sounds well and good when you see them listed out, but it doesn't really become tangible until you start to see how it manifests in the implementation. We call this our action plan, and it helps to translate the prioritization process into logical next steps. And we try to break these out into time periods. Now, it's a little bit different than what you might see in like a Campo plan, because for those Campo plans, they're actually financially constrained. So they actually have to match up the revenues that they're receiving from the feds and the state against the projects they think they can get done. And that's not something that happens here at a municipal planning level, because it's not necessarily directly within your control in most of those instances. So these are more of an aspirational timeframes that we would like to see some of these things getting done. So let's just look at our near-term, midterm, and our long-term projects. We are going to start with our near-term here, which we're defining as 0 to 10 years. So a couple of things to note. We have a couple projects here, our South Main Street and our Burlington Mills Road realignment projects that have little asterisks by them. And those are committed projects. So those projects actually already have funding assigned to them. So, and they're shown in red there. And so we don't have to worry about prioritizing them here at the municipal level. We know that those are going, they have money, they're already on their way. So the other ones that we're really thinking about are the ones in blue. And you can see that this is a result of our prioritization process. All those things, all those criteria that we just talked about, we worked all those through, we kind of crunched the numbers, and this is where we came out at the end of that process. And you can see that we're really supporting the core of our area in large part with what we have shown here. So there are some of the more significant projects, Burlington Mills Road, Rogers Road, all of those things are being talked about here. And that is important to note because those are significant facilities, but they are demonstrating significant need based on the way that we have prioritized this out. And I think it's also helpful to note because those are the types of roads and facilities that are going to help provide that support that we talked about earlier on to Young Street and the Rolesville Road, Everett Road corridor. So then going to our midterm projects, you see some of our other larger facilities also happening here, as well as both of our major new location projects, Jones Dairy Road Extension and the Fowler Road Extension. Now, one thing that I'll note is when we're talking about the prioritization and kind of putting these in the timeframes here, this is really purely based on that scoring, kind of based on what we know now. But, and Jones Dairy Road Extension is a great example of this, there are going to be external factors, development being the primary motivator that may accelerate or other ways change the timing for some of these. So I would expect to see some of these things within our midterm and long-term actually accelerate as we see development moving into those areas. And so that's just something that we want to be mindful of. This is by no means discouraging that from occurring. It's just kind of saying, hey, if nothing else were to happen, this is where this would land. So I don't want anyone to perceive that as a hindrance here. We certainly have the opportunity to continue to move those things forward as it makes sense. And then moving into our longer term projects, you can see that we kind of move out organically toward the outer portions of our study area. And this really makes sense because we're supporting the area as it continues to grow. So in our 20 plus year time frame, so kind of beyond the planning horizon of this plan, we're starting to think about some of those larger scale projects at the periphery of our area. Are there any questions about the prioritization or the action plan that we've talked about? I know this is new information for y'all, and I want to make sure that it makes sense. And
Just a question from me. I noticed in quite a few slides, you included improvements within the watershed. Like if I'm looking at Wake Avenue up there, the half of it to the right is not even in our control. So what is the thoughts behind that? If we put it in this plan, Wake County would kind of follow that, or if we don't ever have control of that watershed, how do we make that happen?
yeah, that's a great question. And we always kind of have to make a judgment call on some of those that are on the periphery about how much of it that we want to include. But yes, I think you're exactly right. What we're talking about here, since there is only such a small portion within your area, we just wanted to note that based on what we are seeing, based on the need, there is a need to improve that roadway, and absolutely coordination would be needed with the county, which they have been a stakeholder as a part of this process. They were actually part of our steering committee as well. So they're in the loop as far as what we're recommending here.
And let me add in here, Wade Avenue is a North Carolina route. That's a state highway and is a major connector in the system. There was a corridor study conducted about a year ago, all the way up to 401, the new connection where they're doing the 4 lanes. It came in results that the needs of Highway 98 to Durham will be greater from Wake Forest into Durham than it is from Wake Forest to 401. And from this plan, based off the Campo study that include DOT, that is probably projected out as we do more regional connections to Bunn, Lewisburg, et cetera, and they're trying to get to other destinations here in the region, that they'll be about 20 years out to upgrade that road. And eventually it will be a 4-lane road, synchronized street, most likely like the current 401 bypass. But right now, the indication from projections and volumes through our section here is 20 years out. But it is based off of the studies conducted by the state and by Campo. The funding for that road will come from NCDOT. It will not be Wake County.
Understand, Danny. What about the previous slide you had Forestville Road improvements on there? So what about one like that where it's 3 jurisdictions that would have to, I guess, what would we do, come together to get that one done, or what?
Yes, that one definitely will probably require more participation through the local communities. Right now, through what they call the SPOT program, that's the scoring the state used to decide statewide. This is what they refer to as a division level project. And the money allocated for division projects is so limited that most likely is going to require local participation of Wake Forest, Raleigh, as well as Rolesville through that corridor. As you know, on the west side of Forestville Road is Raleigh and Wake Forest. And of course, you see what's in the gray is Rolesville. And then, of course, the white of that road, rest of it is not Rolesville's jurisdiction. So it's going to be a very challenging route, trying to coordinate and deal with funding costs jointly. I cannot tell you that, I can only tell you that right now, unless those traffic volumes really go up higher, and they most likely will, that right now that it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to get successful scoring at the state level for Forestville Road. And same thing goes with Rogers Road. Rogers Road also will probably be a local project.
And you say local project, you still can get matching funds from Campo, is that right?
You can do what we call LAP projects through Campo.
Right.
That's the local administrative projects, and you can get some federal dollars for it. But I don't believe, I think that Forestville Road is identified as a federal aid highway. My memory is correct, but I don't believe Rogers Road is. And To do road projects, it's got to be a federal aid designated highway. Burlington Mills Road is federal aid, but Rogers Road is not. So Burlington Mills Road, for example, could be segmented lap projects. Obviously, the cost, you would not do the whole quarter. You would do sections where you would think it's needed to be done. Maybe filling in the gaps between development projects when they develop out there in those directions. You know, like, for example, from here to from the Grand Falls Boulevard up to Willoughby would be an example. That would be an example of a potential lap project. But Rogers Road right now is not on federal aid system. And that might be something the town might want to pursue with Wake Forest to see if it can be designated. Sorry to get into technical in here, but I'm trying to be realistic on the funding prospect. Same thing with Young Street.
I appreciate
Neighbor Road and Rogers Road. They're not going to be very competitive unless you do a lap project.
Right. I appreciate that, Danny.
Let me make one quick point before we get too far, and I know we're getting ready to wrap up, and our time is very limited. I want to talk about and have Allison here with the planning board and town board about Young and Rolesville Road from Jones Dairy Road down to Fowler Road Extension, and of course South Main Street. I think Allison didn't actually point out, but we did do a quarter study on those. Of course, Main Street was already done, but Young Street. And the projections from the model, the triangle transportation model that used to say what's going to be 20 years from now, did show that we're going to have congestion between those 2 points. And the recommendation started out was to make it a 4-lane road through there. But I knew politically, as well as the conflicts that was in there with our Main Street plan going through downtown, down to Main Street, Young and Main, as well as the locked-in corridors and their development that's there now, then we're just going to have to live with a little bit of congestion as we move forward. The alternative is these other routes, the Granite Falls Boulevard, potential Jones Dairy Road extension, to see if we can get some of those to alleviate off of South Main Street or off of Young Street. But unless you want to go undo a lot of your improvements and committed plans right now, the long term on that road is just going to have to accept the fact that we're going to have slower movements and we will have potential congestion. And you're going to see that be identified in your traffic impact analysis, that there are going to be some issues that you would have to live with. And if you go make 4-lane roads through all these corridors, then it won't be walkable and bikeable. You're going to go reverse of what you got going on right now. I just wanted to point that out. Allison, I don't know if you have any comments on that.
Yeah, Danny, I think you summed it up well. And as you said, I mean, the data, definitely indicates that there's going to be continued pressure on the roadway. And I think that we all just visually can acknowledge that and understand that that's likely to continue to be the case. And that's where we have tried to be proactive with a lot of the recommendations that you see here to support that roadway with other roadways within the system, but acknowledging that we don't want to steal from Peter to pay Paul, or whatever the expression is. We really want to maintain the character of what we have here in the downtown and in the core of the Rolesville area. And to do that, it is important to maintain that smaller cross section within that area. And we have kind of those transition points that I think we pointed out a little bit earlier, down to the south, one of which you see actually on this map here on Rolesville Road, and up to the north on Averett, where eventually we believe it can widen back out. But we've tried to find logical transition points where there may be other roads that are coming back in that can help alleviate and provide those alternate routes. And that's where that widening kind of comes back into the picture. So yes, that was kind of very intentionally done after a lot of discussion and a lot of study of the right way to continue to handle that.
Hey, Allison, one last question before we leave that. I know in some of the, I saw the collector street slide and some of the collector street, and most time we develop those by the developments. You know, they put them as we go. But there's a couple of neighborhoods, and I don't know how many we need to take a look at it, that are pretty old neighborhoods that has only one way in and one way out. And I know your collector streets show those being connected. And I'm just wondering, you know, from a standpoint of safety and that perspective, should we identify, I guess, the critical connectors, neighborhood connectors for safety that, you know, we need? And I know one in mind, one that just connects two neighborhoods together that would have a way for each neighborhood to get out. And we're talking about a couple hundred people, a couple of houses. So I'm just thinking those type things are those things we should identify as being, you know, short term or long term, you know, that we would concentrate on getting them done.
So just to make sure I understand you, Mr. Mayor, what I think you're saying is there are certain locations where we really have kind of an overarching purpose on our collectors, where it's serving that key secondary access, that reliever for a neighborhood, emergency access, what have you, that may not happen organically as development occurs. And those may be ones that I think you're suggesting we might want to call out in some of our prioritization. Is that right?
That is correct. That's exactly right.
Okay. I think that's something that we should explore. Danny and Kelly and Julie, I suggest we follow up offline.
Let me fill in on this one.
Please.
Let me summarize the difference between a thoroughfare collector and a residential collector within a subdivision. Those are two different categories. Thoroughfare collectors are collecting from the various developments to feed into the major highways. But when you get into residential development, depending upon the number of lots, the connectivity, the adjoining properties, is when you go in to figure out where is your residential collectors to which the local streets feed in to get into the thoroughfare collectors or the major highway collectors that we got identified. The way that will be addressed, just like it is in the current UDO, will continue in the LDO, in that, and you probably will be doing further refinement of how many connections based off the size of the development or the potential size of the development, that residential collector, or the fact of more connections to a main road being required. Then that's getting into the conversation I think Mr. Mayor Kern is talking about, and that you got subdivisions that have gotten maybe 100 or 200 homes in it that only have one road in, but had street stubs going out to other directions that haven't been built. And they haven't happened for over 20, maybe even 30 years, and still haven't been built, but they're still having one way in and one way out. And then there's the potential of an emergency event happening at that one road intersection that access that property that locks those residents in. That's a good policy and decision making to be thinking about, but it goes back to the LDO and the standards we put in there to say with new development. You currently have the connectivity policy already in effect. We've had some occasions where smaller developments didn't want to be connected, and there was decisions not to connect them, and they were less than maybe 20 lots. But the effort here is to look into the LDO, look at your standards, and as the development occurs, those connectors will be built to connect existing development with new development. Historically, we always hear in every development project, in every neighborhood meeting, all the traffic is going through the existing development and don't want to have those connections. But if you don't do those connections, you are locking in yourself to one way in, one way out to what we have as an issue today. So I'm hoping I'm answering the question is this community transportation plan is not going to drill down to the details of every subdivision. That's where the LDO comes in. and the subdivision regulations to go with that.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Danny. And but I'm just thinking, when you look at the existing neighborhoods and the I guess the connector street was neighborhood, or whatever connector street type it is, there are some that we need to be concentrating on how do we connect them without a neighborhood coming in, and some comes to mind is is Watkins Farm, Old Town, Wall Creek, probably the one down there at near the new charter school. And I think Wall Creek, we got it figured out. I think that's coming. But these others, is there something in the layout of this plan that we should say in the next 4 or 5 years we should have a connection in there, even if we have to do it ourselves or something?
Danny, you put yourself on mute, buddy.
I'm sorry. I thought I'd done it. I apologize. I think that goes into prioritization of a lower level, detailed local streets, and at least these what I call residential collectors. The need to fill in those gaps, and that's will most likely be a town project to do so. If we don't have a development driven, with the developers not coming in and building those roads, that's the only option. So that's for you'll have to be looking at available funds to implement that and looking at the priority of the need.
Thanks, Danny. Allison, did you want to wrap it up with documentation, and then we'll move into a quick break?
Sure thing. Yeah, I appreciate the questions and discussion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for those points. I appreciate that. Yeah, so just kind of setting the stage here, not a lot to share, just knowing that the documentation is being prepared and on its way within the next couple of days here to town staff for its review. And it'll go through pretty much exactly what you've seen. So as this lands in your laps and you start to review, just know that this is our attempt to just put together in a narrative form with supporting graphics, all of the major highlights of what you've seen. So we'll have our introduction and existing conditions, then introducing some of that context sensitive design and land use connections, along with recommendations into getting into the future network, and then finally that project implementation. And our appendix will include some of the supporting things like our public feedback as well. So lots of good information that's going to be shared. We are finalizing that documentation now. Just a little teaser here. This is not Rolesville, but one of the things that we're in the process of preparing right now are actually going to be project sheets for some of your key recommendations that show an at-a-glance reference of what that project is, some of its key attributes, and a description. So something that you'll be able to take forward and use, again, as a communication tool, whether it's with constituents, Campo, NCDOT, or whomever. So that is where we're headed. I do appreciate all of y'all sticking with me for part one of this meeting today. I think that may be my last slide, Jonathan.
You got your point of contacts, which should be familiar to everybody.
There you go.
But thanks, Allison. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in on part one of our day-long marathon session. We're going to take a break right now. We are going to reconvene at 10:45, and you're going to hear from Kelly and Julie and others about the LDO. We'll get that conversation started.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate being a part of this morning.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you, Allison.
Mr. Klepper, I'm going to switch over to your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Before we start, I think Robin is requesting a roll call. Is Robin on? Is Robin back?
Yes, I'm here.
You want to do that now or wait a little while?
Well, we set everyone back at 10:45. That's the time I'm showing on my computer.
I can't see everybody. It looks like everybody's back.
Let me go ahead and do it. And those that do not respond, I'll just mark and make sure that I get them as present.
Okay.
And this will be for the Rolesville participants only. I'll start with the town board. Commissioner Medley, are you with us? All right, we'll come back to Commissioner Medley. Commissioner Sneed,
I'm present.
Commissioner Sutton,
Present.
Commissioner Vilga,
Present.
Commissioner Wilson,
Unmute there, Jackie.
Present. I'm sorry.
and again, Commissioner Medley, are you with us? Okay, so we'll start with the planning board. Davian Cross. Donnie Lawrence. How about Mike Moss?
I'm here.
Frank Pierce? Renata Pryor? Jim Schwartz? Mark Powers?
Here.
Mayor, I've gone through the list. There's still some that are not responding.
Yeah, I think I just saw Donnie turn his mic on, so he's probably can respond now.
Donnie Lawrence, you with us?
And some people you've called, Robin, are logged in, it looks like, on the participant list, but they just didn't respond.
Madam Clerk, we can just note those individuals as absent right now. We do have a quorum for the board. I don't know that we have a quorum for the planning board.
And what would be your suggestion? Should I try the planning board one more time or just move forward?
Anyone who hasn't been noticed, please unmute yourselves and announce that you are here. Not hearing anyone, we just move on.
Here, Davian Cross. I had a problem with mute there.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
This is Donnie Lawrence. Can you hear me?
Yes, Donnie, thank you.
I think that gives us a quorum for both boards.
Yeah, I think so. All right, I'll turn it back over to presenters. you guys can have it back.
Okay. Well, good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners and the Planning Board. Just again, I'm Kelly Klepper. I think most of you have met me either in person or virtually over the last several months. We're going to do things a little differently than what Allison was doing with the CTP, in the fact that we're going to break this up into a couple of different sections. You'll see that there's 9 kind of topics on this screen. We're going to break it up into 3, I'll call it digestible chunks. We're going to take a break right at noon. And what we want to do this first little section is kind of go through a general introduction and kind of how we're tying the land development ordinance to your current documents. And then just kind of a quick, I'll call it a form-based code 101 to kind of walk through what is a form-based code versus a mixed use code versus a conventional code. And then after the break, we'll start getting into some of the more detailed information. And what you're going to hear probably throughout the day, excuse me, is either myself, James, Erman, who's on my team here, working on the LDO, or comments from Danny and Julie, especially once we start talking about some of the steering committee reviews and that information, as well as just, I'll call it the color commentaries we're kind of working through. So for the next about hour, what we want to do is there again, just kind of go through the introduction and do the form-based code one-on-one. So in talking and working through this information, Jonathan, let's go ahead and go to the next one. So we kind of talked about early on, and, during our initial review and interview with the town, we said part of this process is a really kind of that linkage back to your adopted comprehensive plan. And more importantly, now that you're also updating your community transportation plan, the CTP, there's even more reason to go ahead and kind of tie these documents together, because even though they're separate and apart from each other, there is a lot of linkages, and all of the documents kind of go around in a circle and inform each other. So, from the comprehensive plan, that is your long range vision. What do you want to do? How do you want to do it? And kind of sets the stage for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And, from time to time, of course, the town has to update its comprehensive plan based on changes in the market, changes in land use, changes in, we'll say, just kind of what the vision is. So that kind of sets the stage for like the community transportation plan, which gets into kind of those linkages between land use and the multimodal transportation components. And as Allison was talking about earlier, there's definitely some linkages between what we're talking about with the LDO and the CTP, and just kind of circling back on one of the questions that the mayor had towards the end of the last session, where we're talking about the number of access points and neighborhoods and things like that. And as Danny said, that is something that comes about as part of the land development ordinance. So when you start thinking about, okay, so what does the land development ordinance do? Well, just like you can see on the screen there, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is that implementation of all of your plans. This sets out the standards that the town wants to work towards, and what is expected for land use, development, redevelopment, everything from building setbacks to types of uses to open spaces to a lot of different things. And we kind of threw that out there in that third bullet. Is these standards are Rolesvillian. What does this, how does this apply to the town? You've probably seen or heard a lot of things about different codes along the way. You'll hear different things from what's called a form-based code or an FBC. You may have been reading about UDOs, those Unified Development Ordinances. And, every community has a code. Everybody has similar characteristics to their land development ordinance, but every community should be looking at the standards from what is best for the community itself. So and what we'll do in kind of the afternoon session is also talk about 160D, which are the state statutes as standards for what we can and cannot do from a regulatory standpoint. So there are certain things that the state has already said, well, you can do, but you have to do them in a specific manner. And of course, once we get into the 160D components, we'll start talking about what has changed since you previously had your standards, and what are we kind of incorporating with the land development ordinance itself. Now, one of the things, I know we're not going to get into a lot of the details or the specifics, because that would actually probably get us, and Julie and Dan, you can definitely weigh in on this one. we may be sitting here till Monday if we went to that level at this point. But if you've got questions, if you've got comments, if you've got thoughts, or if anything that's more along the lines of, hey, can you think about this as you're updating the ordinance, let us know those so that we can put those in the parking lot. And that's kind of where we're putting all of our kind of ideas and comments and things so that we can kind of circle back as a team to make sure we're incorporating those. So let's dive into this. The differences between a form-based code and a mixed-use code. So, you know, a lot of times you'll start to hear form-based code and some people go, oh, I really want a form-based code. So one of the first questions we start asking individuals is, sure, define it. And that's where a lot of people get hung up. They go, well, you know, I heard something at a conference or I was watching a video on it and it looked really interesting. But the one thing we want to make sure of is there is a definite differentiation between a form-based code, a mixed-use code, and a conventional code. There again a lot of information, excuse me, out there regarding form-based codes. If you actually go to the Form-Based Code Institute, you can see a lot of the information that we're going to be talking about here. But basically what a form-based code does, it's looking at both the public realm and the private realm. The public realm is basically, we'll call it what's in between the face of the building. So your sidewalks, your streets, those public facilities that, you know, the town is actually maintaining and kind of working within. The private realm starts where the property line basically starts. So that's where the buildings are placed. That's where we have our parking. We have open spaces, we have lighting, we have those types of things. And so it really kind of focuses in on those two components. Conventional codes kind of go with a lot of the same types of things. And you'll probably go, well, this sounds very similar to what we do right now with a conventional code. But what you're going to start to see is the form-based codes are very prescribed in a couple of things. And, you know, it's very specific in the way they do certain approaches. A lot of times you'll see form-based codes are primarily administrative. The one thing we also want to make sure folks understand is, as we're talking about form-based code, is that it is not the same or synonymous with a planned unit development. And so we'll kind of talk about that here in short order. So what are the kind of the key differences between conventional zoning and form-based codes? Well, you know, form-based codes, you typically start looking at the interrelationship between the buildings, and we get into actual building types and the street. So we're talking about the height of the buildings, the type of building, whether it's a mixed use building or certain types of definitions there, and how it relates to the street, those public realm components. The one thing that you typically do not see with a form-based code is that it gets into a specific use. So you're typically not going to see where it's talking about retail or a pharmacy or drive-through restaurants necessarily, or multifamily. It's looking at what's going on between the building and the street, and all of those kind of things that we're typically used to seeing from a land use and zoning perspective are not brought into a form-based code. So when you start thinking, okay, so a conventional zoning, you know, we get into density, we get into uses, we get into those non-residential standards like a floor area ratio. We typically see minimum setbacks. We rarely see maximum setbacks. We have parking requirements, maximum building heights, and other types of things like that. Form-based codes will have some of those items as well, but they're not to the same level. Typically, you're looking at maximum building lines, or what we call the build to lines. We do get into heights, but it's typically expressed as a number of floors. We do get into start talking about parking, but it's not to the same level. So when we start thinking about why do a form-based code versus a conventional, the other thing that we always want to make sure that folks understand is a form-based code is not applied townwide or citywide. It is typically provided as part of an overall development or redevelopment area. Small scale, kind of like what we were talking about with the town center and some of those areas, but you typically will not see a form-based code on a citywide basis. Why? Because it has a specific approach. There are certain things that a form-based code does really well, others that it doesn't do really well, in my opinion. And I know, Danny, you've worked with a number of form-based codes, including the one over at Fuquay Arena. And we'll get into those in just a second. So what are some specifics as far as a form-based code is concerned? Well, there's 5 main components that make up a code. There is the regulating plan, which is kind of the zoning map. The public space standards that you see there, those mobility zones, or the areas where we have our on-street parking, our streets, our sidewalks. The building form standards, getting into the look, the feel, and the approach to what buildings are going to look like and how they relate to those public spaces. The administration, how do we actually apply it? What are the processes that we use for those? And then typically a definition section. So because the form-based code starts to introduce a lot of new terms, you typically will see a subset with definitions. Some terms that you'll see from your current code could be brought over to a form-based code, but for the most part, like I said, it has its own typical type of language. So let me ask, is there any questions at this point before I kind of move on and start getting into some of the more, breaking this down a little bit further?
No.
No, Kelly.
Okay. And, the one thing I'll definitely ask is if you do have a question, please go ahead and ask at that time. It'll be a lot easier, especially while we have some of the graphics up. And I don't want to have somebody go away with from this with still having questions about the differences. So Jonathan, let's go ahead and go to the next slide and start talking about what are some of the specific things that we're doing within a form-based code. So as you can see, these are kind of some excerpts from some of the codes that we've either reviewed, prepped, prepared, or just pulled from other communities as kind of a go-by. Typically, you'll start to see, and I hate to keep saying typically, but I will say one size does not fit all when it comes to a form-based code, but you'll usually see something when it regards to transects instead of zoning, the regulating plan versus a zoning map. You can see in that one graphic, the building profile and frontages. How are the buildings regulated from an overall number of stories versus a specific height? Some places will go ahead and incorporate a building height and keep things kind of moving that direction. The building placement graphic that you see on the left is pretty typical, so that you can see that there is a front, a side, and a rear, which is pretty standard for what we see, but they start to get there again, look at it from, what about alleys? What about those separations between buildings on interior property lines? And it's less there again about the specific use as it is the building type itself. Elements that you usually will see within a form-based code, there again, getting into height, the building elements, so what the building looks like, fenestration components, how the building is situated on a piece of property, parking and streets, land use, architecture, and then again, those building types. Is it a residential building? Is it a mixed use building? Is it and they start to go into different types of typologies as it relates to a specific type of building. Those are things that you will not see within a conventional code. And that's part of the reason why we tend to shy away from doing form-based codes, because they can be a little bit more complex. Most individuals in most communities that we talk to, they're not ready to pull the Band-Aid off at this point. They're not willing to or ready to give up some of the control that typically comes with a form-based code in the getting away from some of the processes or some of those public reviews and comment periods, or more importantly, getting away from looking at individual uses. So where are form-based codes? We kind of talked around it a little bit. If you go onto that, like I said, the Form-Based Code Institute, there's a history of form-based codes, and when you start reading some of these standards, you'll start to see oh, well, this is what we used to do. And when you start looking at some of our great downtowns and some of these communities, and you start thinking, well, how did they do it before? What happened? And one of the base things that you'll hear is we're trying to get back to the basics of planning and land use and development before the car. When the cars became more prevalent and we started moving out to the suburbs, that's when we started seeing more and more, I'll say, of the sprawl types of things, more of the single use types of developments. So when you start looking at form-based codes, what we're trying to do is there again, kind of replicate those traditional development patterns that we see within our great downtowns. So right now, there's about 430 communities across the country that have adopted a form-based code or form-based code components. Just in North Carolina, and this is not an exhaustive list, but Raleigh, Chapel Hill, Fuquay Arena, High Point, Huntersville, Knightdale, and Leland all have adopted some form of a conventional, or what I'll call it, a more standard form-based code. What you'll usually see is these form-based codes there again are geared towards areas of high growth, on specific redevelopment, or where we are trying to reinvigorate some form of a specific development. The one thing I'll also say is when you start looking at where these form-based codes are applied, it's in areas that has the market. A form-based code will not create a market where there is not a current market for it. And that's a big differentiation. And that's also one of the reasons that we here at Kimley Horn do more, I'll say, of a mixed use code approach. That plus just the ability to understand and use it. So we looked at the mixed use code approach, and I was just talking about, why not a form-based code for here? And, one of the things that we'll also say is staff has enough on their plate to kind of work and learn, especially as we're updating an LDO. Why add that extra burden of trying to implement a form-based code? There's a lot of training. There's a lot of learning that goes into a form-based code. And Danny, I know when you were working with Fuquay Arena, just doing a core component of a form-based code can take upwards of 1 year to 2 years, especially depending on how much public outreach and the educational process. So there again, that's the reason we kind of go with this mixed use code approach and more of a hybrid setup. So when we started looking at some of these codes, we're looking at the specifics between the conventional codes. You had certain elements that were already there from a land use and a coding perspective. You had your town center, you had your town center overlay, you had your neighborhood protection area, that NCO zoning district, and then it went back to more of the conventional. So what we've been kind of working towards is what areas make sense to have some form of higher design and development standards. So we've kind of worked through, as you all know, at great length, the town center district. And as you can see right there, the intent was to serve as the town's traditional town center, which features areas of economic and community activity. The groups that are here have spent a tremendous amount of time working through how that code can and should be applied, especially when you start looking at the Cobblestone project. Now, we've also always said that the town center was not the only place where you would see a mixed use code. So we've also been kind of working to identify a corridor mixed use and a suburban mixed use. And we'll actually get into those a little bit more later on this afternoon. But the important thing to say is the town center is fixed. That's the one that everybody was most interested in and that we were kind of focusing in on. When we started looking at those other areas, the corridor mixed use and the suburban mixed use, one of the things that we said is we're implementing it right now as a floating district. There are areas that are called out from your comprehensive plan that say, here's where areas where we want to see mixed use, or we want to see higher design standards and features. We want to see these kind of core components. So we start to kind of craft the differences between the 3 mixed use areas that you are and the districts that you see right here. But there again, we're not mapping those at this point. That's something that we've been, like I said, working with Danny and Julie on to kind of see, where are these areas potentially going to be located? This is one of the things that we've also had the ability to work with the steering committee on and start to see, what's the feel from the community? Do they want to see the higher standards? Where could these areas be located? And that's where we are starting to kind of get some of our core components of the mixed use code and what you're seeing right there with the intent statements. So like the corridor, it's allowing for mixed use developments at major intersections and along arterial corridors. Why do we look at those as a specific area? Because that's where you're seeing a lot more of your interest in development and or redevelopment. And that's something that the town has expressed. They want to maintain a higher quality and higher character within core areas of the town. So when we start saying, so what's the difference between the town center and that? The town center, you start thinking about the layers, kind of like peeling the layers back on the onion. The town center is really that core focus where we're trying to implement something that's more walkable, that's more integrated. It's got a mix of uses. It's got higher standards in architectural, and really kind of creates that heart of the community. The corridor mixed uses are those areas that kind of feed into it. So you're still creating that level of interest, and you're not going from, we'll say, the town center right back to a conventional zoning district. So it almost serves as a transition, but still creating some of those higher standards, but at a context sensitive approach and a level. The suburban mixed use are those areas that we start looking at, where does it make sense in other places of the town to have some level of mixed use, whether it's commercial, office, residential, open space, civic, in a more concentrated, but not necessarily at the same size and scale as what we have within the town center. So that's where we're talking about some level of additional standards, but not to the level that you currently have as far as the lower level of standards in those areas. Let me stop there and ask, are there any questions on the three districts as we've kind of outlined them here?
Kelly, this is Davian Cross. I do have a quick question, actually.
Yes, sir.
I see these three mixed use approaches, and they're great. Most I'm very familiar with. Thinking of the future of Rolesville, will there be a commercial mixed use as well? And I think you mentioned the reason why we're not focusing on it is because we don't have that just yet. But will we adapt or look into a commercial mixed use as well?
So if you're looking or thinking, Mr. Cross, that's a great question. I'll say more of a straight up commercial and different types of commercial. The way we're setting up some of the standards for the, well, say the standard districts would allow for those mix of commercial already. What we're looking at with these would be that commercial, office, and those components. So what you would see in some of the town centers around the greater Raleigh area right now. So kind of a long way of answering, we're not going to have a commercial mixed use because we're kind of building that into the commercial zoning districts now. This is intended to have those abilities for people that live, right there within walking or biking distance to town centers or to offices or to other things. Does that answer your question, Mr. Cross?
It does, because I just want to make sure, because corridor mixed use, the CMU may get confused with commercial MU. So I just wanted to make sure that we were being very clear about that. So thank you. Yes, it does help.
Well, and that actually brings up an interesting point, Mr. Cross, especially when you start looking at some of the nomenclature that we have with our districts. These are not set in stone by any means. So, as we start seeing and testing some of these, we actually had one of the communities we were working with, they said, oh, we want to create, and they started calling it mixed use downtown. And we're like, okay. But then we started kind of doing the acronyms, and it's like, so you created a MUD district.
MUD, yeah.
So, if there's things like that where it's like, hey, by the way, CMU may get too confused with either commercial mixed use or even CNU, which is the Congress for New Urbanism, then that's where we want to go, okay, we'll come up with a little different flair for those types of areas. Great question, Mr. Cross. Any other question on this? Because I will say we are well ahead of where I thought we would be from a time perspective. Going once, going twice.
So Kelly, I think if we get a little bit ahead, maybe I'll put Julie on notice. We might jump over into the state steering committee
Yeah,
before
that would
lunch.
be great.
Okay.
That would be good.
Any opportunity to bank some time, let's take it.
Absolutely. So
right.
Just kind of going to the next slide, Jonathan. So from an overall mixed use code approach, there again, we're not saying it's going to be similar to what you currently have in your development code. And we're also not saying it's going to be like the form-based codes that we see in other communities. We've been trying to kind of, I'll say, right size the code approach, because kind of going back to what we said with Rosevillian, we want to make sure that what we do is compatible, it's consistent with the vision, and it's what the town wants at the end of the day. What we tried not to make sure we do is to go grab, we'll say, Raleigh's code, because they have a really good form-based code, but it is very urban centric. It starts getting into building heights and densities and certain standards that
we felt was probably too onerous for Rolesville. Why? Because Rolesville is not Raleigh. At the same time, you're not Mooresville, you're not Wake Forest, you're not Fuquay-Varina, you're not a lot of these other communities. So what we start to do is kind of look at what are the kind of those core standards that we want to include within a development table. And we actually will show you a couple of examples later on this afternoon. And you start seeing, okay, well, Kelly, by the way, you got 30 standards identified. So how did you make it easier? And some of the graphics that you'll see later on this afternoon are very similar to the ones that you see on your screen here. We start by helping to define what the terms are. When we start saying, what is a build to line or a build to zone? One, like the top graphic shows, how is it measured and what is it actually trying to achieve? So you start thinking about the build to frontage is how much of that building is up on the front of the street? How much of it is, we'll say, offset by a certain distance? And then we start defining what those distances are. Because what we try not to do within a mixed use code is to have, I'll say, your conventional commercial shopping center setup to where the buildings are 300, 400, 500 feet off of the main road without either out parcels or other buildings to kind of help create that little bit more compact feel. The other thing we start to do is kind of like the one on the bottom, we try not to have blank walls. Blank walls are boring. There's not a lot going on. So we want to make sure that we have some standard regarding, what we call transparency. We start looking at how much of the building is a blank wall versus doors and windows and architectural features. And you start kind of going down through the list of the items that you see right there. And we actually have graphics that explain all of the standards and how we're measuring those throughout the document. Now, some of you may be going or thinking, okay, you just said a lot of things, Kelly, that's going to cause a lot of people to go, this is way too expensive, we can't afford it. We've actually run a number of different scenarios on a lot of these. We've talked to a number of developers, and we're not saying that it has to be to that nth degree. A lot of times what you'll see is it's almost like a buffet menu of items. Here are items that you're going to be doing, in all honesty, you're probably going to be doing more than you think about. But let's just kind of reinforce it. Let's make sure that what we're talking about is it's not creating the Taj Mahal, but at the same time, it looks good, it functions, and it's a form of I'll say, of something that we are really proud of. We're not talking about being Hilton Head. We're not talking about being some of those resort style communities, but at the same time, we are saying Rolesville deserves to have its own set of standards to make it what it wants to look like. And there's a lot of quality, especially when you start walking and driving around. There's a lot of things to be proud of in Rolesville, and why not characterize those types of things and capture those into the code itself? So that's where we say, 30 standards, and when you actually start counting them up on this screen, you'll go, wait a minute, there's nowhere near 30. When you start looking at the tables and some of the notes, there's 30 things that are actually captured within those tables. So let me ask, is there any questions on this or the list or the graphics that you see here? Does anybody have any questions on the form-based code components as far as why we were not recommending a convention, or I'll call it a standard form-based code versus a mixed use or a hybrid code? Well, everybody's quiet this morning. This may be a quick afternoon, Jonathan.
No comment.
Okay. So Julie, we are definitely ahead of schedule. If you're okay, can we utilize the next little bit to talk about the steering committee updates?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
So, the information on the steering committee, I am going to do this portion for the next about 7 or 8 slides. Next slide, please. Yeah, there we go. So you've seen the first portion of this web page from the CTP done by Allison this morning. The top part of the page is dedicated to the CTP and the CTP newsletters and updates. The bottom part of the page is dedicated to the LDO. So we do have the latest and greatest version of the draft That is from all the February edits that we have been working through since about September with the steering committee and staff comments. And as we've had those discussions, we've been revising those drafts as we go. So that is the latest version that we have at the moment. It is again in draft form, not the final draft. We're expecting more revisions from these meetings today and as we continue toward our deadline in June. So we did have meetings in October. The October 9th meeting was kind of a pre-meeting for the steering committee. So it was the members of the Board of Commissioners, the mayor, getting together with staff to make sure that we were clear on our intent for the steering committee and that we knew what we wanted to accomplish with this steering committee. And we started our steering committees on October 29th. So next slide, please.
Julie, if I can interject one thing real quick.
Oh, sure.
Absolutely. And the one thing I do want to say is I want to applaud the folks that were selected for the steering committee, because there is a wide range of backgrounds, experiences, and I will say definitely experiences there, but it's been a very positive discussion. It's been very supportive. It's been a lot of, have you thought about this, or what about this? And I know some of the folks that are on this call in this meeting today serve on that steering committee. And I just wanted to compliment that group, because it's probably one of the more efficient steering committees that we've worked with as we've either been doing a comprehensive plan or a code update.
Thank you for that. So to introduce the members from the steering committee, the members have been getting together for 6 different meetings, and the members that make up our group are based off of Board of Commissioners, the mayor, the planning board, Parks and Rec, and the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce. And then we have a couple of different people from around the community that have a more technical background. So we have Andy Ammons, we have Brad Walker, Danny Johnson, Davian Cross, James Ehrman from Kimberly Horn, Jackie Wilson, Jeff Woolheater, Kelly Arnold, Kelly Klepper from Kimberly Horn, Michael McFarland, Michelle Medley, Mike Moss, Ron Curran, Shelley Raby, and I don't know how to pronounce his last name. He's on the Parks and Rec board. It's Derek, and I'm going to kill it, but it's Vergestein maybe, and then Timothy now. So as we've been meeting, we've had very good turnout for each of these meetings. And I've highlighted what we've talked about on each of these different meetings. On that webpage, you can go back through, you can see the agenda packets, you can see the minutes, and you also have either an audio recording or a video recording of those meetings if you ever would like to go back and really get into how those discussions unfolded. So next slide, please. So at the October 29th meeting, we reviewed the sections 6 and 5. Section 6 and 5 were fencing and lighting. This was kind of dipping our toe in the water for getting the committee used to how we're going to be reviewing the material, what we expected from them. So we took the first couple of meetings to really get the format down, get the expectations down, and figure out how we were going to get that interaction going. I think it went very well, as Kelly has said. We started getting really good discussions. All the members showed up and were ready to dig in and really look at this kind of on a deeper level than the high level we're going to be looking at things today. So section 6.5 for fencing and section 6.6 for lighting did start some really good discussions. So we talked about HOA covenants and how they can be more restrictive than town standards and how that goes into the LDO. And basically that conversation was based around when we don't have permits, but the HOA may require a permit, or if you have something where the HOA has an architectural standard that is higher than what the LDO has, what we do is let them let them be in the HOA and the HOA board, whoever is reviewing those to reinforce the covenants. Them as the reviewing board is what I'm talking about. So they will enact any of their higher standards that is not on the town to do. So we did put in some fencing types. We clarified what types we wanted, what types we didn't wanted, chain link, whether when we're talking about iron, if we want pure iron, if we can have aluminum fences that look like iron, if invisible fencing counted as fencing, and for our purposes, it does not. So anything buried for like your electrical fencing for keeping dogs in your yard is not considered a true fence. We discussed fences, again, as whether or not we had different types of materials or placements and how we were going to do that. You can read through section 6.5 and be guided through those discussions and look at I think it's about 4 or 5 pages for fences on where we landed. Some of the things that we talked about was not having fences in the front yard, being careful with sight triangles, where they're placed to make sure that they're not on neighboring properties and they are housed on your property, side setbacks, corner setbacks for lots that are on the corner, if they're going to have an additional setback for fences. So we discussed all those things. Some of the things that we discussed for light were the light color regulations. We are not getting into that with the LDO. So some of that was whether you use warm light, cool light, if you use the more bluish light, purple light. Yeah, you've seen all those different light fixtures and light colors emanating from those. We are not getting into light color regulations. We are getting into foot candles. We are not getting into watts. We discussed the difference between foot candles and watts, just to make sure everybody was up to the technical standards. We discussed solar renewable energy and energy efficient lighting for street lights to make sure that we have a place for allowing the solar packs on street lights if we want to do more energy efficient lighting in the future. And we talked about the greenway placements and how we're putting the greenways into the different sections of the LDO. So that was the October 29th meeting.
Yeah.
Next slide,
And
please.
Julie, let me interject one quick item
Sure.
on that, and I'm sorry to do that to you.
No, you're fine.
One of the things I also want to make sure everybody understands is, we're getting a lot of comments, and some, like I said, are getting very, very specific. We're not pushing those aside because, like Julie was saying, some of it we're incorporating into the LDO, others we're not. But we're using those, I'll say, more technical, I'll say the higher level standards to help inform the standards we're putting into the LDO. So
Right.
even though it may not be coming straight verbatim from the steering committee member and the recommendation or their ask, there's portions of it, either we're trying to help explain why it's not being put into the LDO. It may be better suited for a technical manual, or we're using that, like Julie was saying, to help inform some of those specific standards.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
So next slide, please. At the November 19th meeting, right before Thanksgiving, we brought back those revised sections so that the steering committee could see how we incorporated their comments, how we took what they had advised us on, wrote some of the sections, and then brought them back to get their next take and making sure that everybody understood what we were trying to do and that they were comfortable with what we were putting forward for those revised sections. So at that meeting, the fencing went forward. We still discussed lighting a little bit more. We discussed whether or not lighting for neon lighting, where the placement can be. If it's on the inside of the windows, it's allowed. In a commercial business, if it's on the outside of the windows, it is not allowed. The reason being, inside the windows, it is not as bright. It is not as eye-catching. So on the outside, it becomes a safety and traffic hazard. On the inside of the windows, it's a little bit more muted. So you see it when you're inside, you do see it when you're walking up, but as you're driving by, it doesn't create that same kind of safety hazard. We discussed traffic safety on flashing lights. And again, that thing that we're talking about is making sure that driver distraction is not happening based on flashing lights or blinding lights or, changeable copy where the lights distract you from what you're doing and then causes some sort of driver distraction that may cause an accident. So most of our lighting and discussions revolved around that. We did discuss commercial patio lighting and residential patio lighting. So residential lighting will be exempt. Commercial patio lighting will be regulated. And again, that goes back to the foot candles and where the light bleed can go onto your property, and make sure that there's no light bleed on neighboring properties, and how we determine light bleed and what level of foot candles we consider to be over that threshold, how we do all that. So there is a little bit of educational component to that as well. And again, residential lighting will be exempt from those regulations. We did talk about spotlights, again, for that driver safety, driver distraction. Spotlights were added for special events and holidays. They were outright prohibited, but we did add them back for grand openings and special events and holidays, because those spotlights do actually bring a lot of attraction and do, for the lack of a better word, spotlight what we're trying to do with that grand opening or special event or holiday. So we took those regulations and then put the grand opening spotlights back in as a minor provision. Next slide, please. So on the December 17th meeting, we took back the lighting. We discussed a little bit more in detail about a lumen versus a foot candle versus a watt. Again, we're just doing some educational pieces on how that all plays together. What we're talking about when we talk about some of these light regulations, they're more geared towards the people doing the lighting plans and the engineers who will be doing the site plans, and not necessarily for the layman who's going to be reading this and going, what's a foot candle, what's a lumen, what does it matter, what's a watt, and how does that translate to what's going on in the property. But we do need that in there for the submittal guidelines and the discussions when we talk with our developers on what they can and can't do on their property, so they know what they need to do. So it does have a place in the LDO, even though it is a little bit more technical. We do need those guidelines in there. So we discussed about night sky and light pollution. We did cover that in the LDO. So we are protecting the night sky. We are trying to limit light pollution. We are trying to limit the light bleed off onto other parcels. And so we are taking provisions in the LDO to make sure that we protect that night sky and that light pollution as much as possible, while still providing safe places for the public to either walk or drive. So moving on to the chapter 6, we talked about, section 6, we talked about open space, buffering, and landscaping. So we talked about what the standard open space and what the common practices are for open space currently, not only in our own community, but in other communities surrounding us, so we know what the expectations are. We did talk about tree planting, and we have a provision in the LDO now that protects the root barriers of trees. So if you're doing a tree planting on a strip between, say, a building and a sidewalk, in that planting strip, that you have the root barriers to protect the building and the sidewalk, so you're not having to come back in 10 years and where the roots have uprooted the sidewalk or have done foundational damage to the building. So we do have some provisions based on that. Kind of future forward looking on making sure that what you put in today is still going to be structurally sound years from now, and that the tree is protected as well as the space. We had a request for a mix of species if we are lining streets instead of lining the streets with the same type of tree. So we've added in a provision to have a certain percentage of the mix of species, so that you have a more visually pleasing or aesthetic looking mix, rather than just the same type of tree every 25, 35 feet. We did talk about the trees in the parking islands that provide shade for the parking lot, and we have medians in the parking islands that are there for safety features. So we talked about the difference on what a parking island is and what a median is, and why we're providing both in the new parking standards and the new parking lot standards. We did clarify language for the tree circumference and diameter. We had a little bit of mix of both, and that seemed to be a little bit more confusing. So we clarified that language to make it a little bit more precise and easier to understand as you're glancing through, especially if you're not somebody who is well versed in those development standards, so that the the layperson flipping through the LDO is still able to understand the requirements and not need to go to a dictionary or go somewhere else and find standards and how they're done. So we did clarify that language as well. So next slide, please. So January 21st, we met, we talked about sections 2 for the administration and section 5 for uses. So section 2 is different from the procedures manual. It does talk about the administration. It does not talk about kind of the step-by-step process of getting through your development process. The procedures manual that we're going to be offering up as part of this LDO adoption around the June timeframe, you'll be seeing that manual accompany the LDO, and that's going to be where we house the different applications that need to be turned in. We'll house the flow charts of who is the authority for the decision-making process, what that timeline is, what you have to turn in and when, and whether it's an administrative, legislative, or an evidentiary hearing process to help the applicants through. What the administration section does is it defines from the new 160D regulations what we need to do for who's doing what, how they're doing it, and what we base our decisions upon. So section 2 is where we define the planning board, that we have to have an oath for the planning board for their members, that we have the conflict of interest, that is the current language from 160D on the conflict of interest. We have the same for the Board of Adjustment members, and we detail what the decision-making processes are going to be for the different boards, not necessarily down to the nitty-gritty that will be in the procedures manual, but give a high-level overview so that they know which board they'll be presenting to and who does what, kind of at a very high level. So it's not the flow chart, it's just a call out of these boards will be viewing these types of plans or these types of processes. So in section 2, we also talk about the vested rights and the sunset clauses. And I know that this is one of the main topics that the board is interested in, is having those vested rights and sunset clauses applied in the new LDO to make sure that we don't have developments hanging out indefinitely, and that we are able to, as the town grows and changes, that those sunset clauses and the vested rights are in compliant with 160D, but also protect the town from a development sitting vacant for so many years and then coming in under an old set of regulations instead of needing to be updated to the new vision of the town. So we do have the vested rights and the sunset clauses housed in section 2. For section 5, some of the districts that we have will be carried over. So we talked about how those uses and how those districts play into from the current UDO to the new LDO. So we're still keeping mobile home districts. They will be carried over into the LDO. The language is going to be cleaned up and made a little bit more user-friendly so you can understand what you're reading when you read it through the first pass. Our current UDO is a little bit confusing, so that is one of the things that we're trying to do, is make this a lot of a language just that's easy to understand without having to read it multiple times and you know, have flowcharts and hand puppets to figure out what you're talking about. So the LDO is clarifying that to make sure that it's a little bit easier to understand. So we talked about the agricultural subdivisions, we talked about districts in the watershed, we talked about the farmers markets and the farmers stands, and we want them allowed by right. As of right now, they are a special use permit. That really bogs down the process. A special use permit takes about 3 months to get. If a farmer stand wants to sell his strawberries and go through a 3-month process to get a special use permit, his strawberries will be no longer good to sell. So we wanted to make some of those regulations a little bit more streamlined, a little bit easier to follow. We talked about the differences between adult businesses, gaming and tattoo parlors, and how they need to be housed and where they need to be housed. We did have a request to look at helicopter pads as part of an accessory use or residential use, and how if somebody wanted to have a helicopter pad at their residence, how they would do that. So that was one of the requests that came out of the steering committee. We have had discussions on how best and where best a helipad and storage, like storage, would be for some of those sections, which typically go into your more medical or industrial type settings. So next slide, please. So at the February 4th meeting, this was not a regularly scheduled meeting, but we had so much information to go through, we couldn't do it in the 2-hour time frame. So we had to schedule a special meeting to kind of finish so we could bring all this information to you today. So on February 4th, we convened again to talk about sections 3, which is zoning districts, sections 8 for the traffic impact, section 6 for design and development, and section 9 for subdivision regulations. And we did them out of order to make sure that we had enough time, and whatever we needed to discuss further could be moved over into the regularly scheduled February 18th meeting. So at this meeting, we decided to keep the increased setback for the corner lots, but decrease that setback from 10 feet as it is currently to 5 feet for the LDO. And the corner lot setback right now, what it does is, if you're on a lot that has 2 right-of-way frontages, which is considered the corner, we do have a couple of parcels in town that have a 3 right-of-way, so they would have 2 corner sides, but most of your corner sides are going to have 2 rights-of-way. So the main right-of-way, wherever your front door is, becomes your front setback. Your side setback, however, needs to be increased a little bit from a normal side setback to make the visual. If you're going down one street, you see all the fronts of the houses, but if you go down the corner side, you're going to have a house that's set up a little bit closer with that side setback to the front of the street, and then the house next to it's going to be set farther back. So that's why we have the side setback, to keep that visual of that front setback on the street that's going to be cornered to the house that's got the front on the other right of way. So what we did was we decreased it from 10 to 5 feet to allow the property owner a little bit more use of their land, but still keep that setback so that the site triangles are secure, that there's still a visual break for that corner to the would be the front house of the lot behind them, and make that a little bit more aesthetically pleasing as well as uniform. However, giving that property owner a little bit more freedom to have that little bit of extra side yard. So that is what we're proposing right now, is to keep the increased setback for a corner lot, but decrease it from the 10 feet to the 5 feet. We did keep a placeholder for lot coverage. As you go through the tables in the zoning districts, we have a lot coverage that is new to the LDO. We're keeping it as not applicable for now, which is a placeholder for when we go to the MS4 requirement. We're going to be tripped into having an MS4 permit probably by 2023. And rather than having to go back and redo a text amendment for the LDO to redo this section, we're putting the placeholder in now to save that for future work. We did talk about cluster subdivisions, and we increased the open space requirements. What we heard from the steering committee was that they want to see low density of houses and lots of open space. So they wanted to see the lower density of the residences and keep that open space requirement a little bit higher than maybe what is typical, or maybe what is being done in surrounding communities. So what you see in the current placeholder text, the current draft is reflective of some of that. And I believe we have to add a couple more comments based on that last meeting we had but you'll see those requirements coming through in the revision of changes. So we also talked about the larger buildings and how we want to do the parking lot. Currently, what we do is we allow the parking on sides, and we want the larger buildings in the middle of the parcels. That's what the current UDO calls for. It's not necessarily good design practice. So what we're talking about for the LDO is putting the larger buildings in back with the smaller buildings on the side, building that type of street front, and having parking in front and between the buildings to help the pedestrian circulation between those developments, so that we had a couple different examples pulled from the steering committee of places they liked to see and how they liked the sense of place being built in certain areas. So we're taking those guidelines and suggesting that that is what we're suggesting in the LDO based on their feedback. So that was for some of the design. We talked about the traffic impact analysis standards. Basically, we're keeping those the same at 100 trips per peak hour or 1,000 average daily trips added to the development will trigger your TIA. If you do not have one of those three standards over the threshold, then you'll supply a trip generation estimate based on your traffic engineer's analysis, and have a signed sealed letter submitted saying that you don't require the TIA because you don't trip any of those standards. So that is currently what's in our UDO. We're carrying that over, and mostly is because we do hire out for our TIA reviews. So we do the scoping with our consultants on call. We do the scoping with NCDOT, and then NCDOT congestion management reviews the TIA, and our third party that we have, they do the TIA and make sure that the town standards are met, and those best practices for the analysis itself are followed. So we talked a little bit about signs and parking. We did not do a deep dive. Sorry, it's I'm still looking at my caffeine here. We did not do a deep dive into signs or parking. What you'll see that's a little bit different in the sign section is we have very nice graphics. Kimberly Horn has provided us with a lot of graphics for this LDO. It's been fantastic. It really illustrates what we're trying to say in the text. It makes it a lot easier to understand. And the sign section is one of the major sections where you see that on how we do signs, what we're expecting in the different sign types, and what we're using to measure those signs to make sure that they are meeting the standards set forth in the LDO. For the parking discussion, we do have some changes. We've changed the format a little bit to match the LDO layout. We've also had some discussions on, like you saw in the town center district, doing minimum and maximum parking instead of just this many parking spaces per whatever square footage or however many employees or whatever it is that was in the current chart, because there's a couple different standards in our current UDO. So we did a minimum and maximum based on what is going on the site to help those parking discussions. If we need to do placeholder text and have more discussions based on those parking or signage, we suggest that we take them to a more deep dive after July 1, that we carry over what we have in the current UDO over to the LDO and get those on the books, get that new format in place, get the structure set up so that after July 1, we can come back and really start digging a little bit deeper into what the regulations are, what they may need to be, what the council and planning board feels like they should be, what is going on surrounding areas, what the most current practices are, so that we're not getting a lot of extra stormwater runoff with impervious surfaces, but we're still allowing ample parking to be on site. So if we need to do a deeper dive into those discussions, then staff is suggesting that we handle that after July 1.
And Julie, just so everybody knows, we will be doing a little bit, when I say a little bit of a deeper dive in the afternoon session to talk and show you the graphics and kind of the approaches we've been taking with respect to the signs and the parking. So just be prepared for, yeah, there's more information this afternoon on some of these topics to help kind of visualize what we're talking about here.
Yes, and thank you. That's a good note for me to add too, is that most of the things that we've talked about in this steering committee are topics that we're going to be discussing later. So what I'm doing right now is just kind of laying that groundwork for you to think about what we've done with the steering committee, what they said, what they would like to see, and then as we do a I don't know what you want to call it, a pie in your face type review this afternoon of, here's the LDO and here's what we discussed. You can keep these points in mind from the steering committee, so you know that we've been discussing these at length since October. So we did talk about the subdivision regulations being housed in the procedure manual, especially for required processes and certificates. The subdivision regulations is a very, very large section, and most of it is because between the state regulations of what needs to be on plats and what needs to be on certain plats and how you need to do your plats and who needs to review the plats, all that might be better housed in the procedure manual, and surveyors and land surveyors who are doing the plats, they know all this. It just is, we're required to put those regulations into our regulations. So we mimic a lot of the state regulations for what is our regulations, and then we put the Rolesville certificates in and the things that are unique to Rolesville in the subdivision regulations as well. So in order to get that chapter slimmed down a little bit, a lot of the certificates, a lot of the required processes that are state statute driven will most likely be put into the procedure manual. That way the LDO, which is currently sitting at about 459 pages, can be slimmed down a little bit so that it's not such an overwhelming document. Next slide, please. So the February 18th meeting was last week, a little bit over a week ago, less than a week ago. I can't even remember the dates, but yeah, it's about a week ago. We reviewed sections 1 for the introduction, sections 4 for the overlays, section 7 for special standards, 10 for nonconformities, and we touched on 11 for definitions. This was a kind of last little bit wrap up for the LDO. The steering committee has seen the entire document at this point. They have touched it, seen it, reviewed it, and talked about it in some level for every section that we have on the website as our draft document as current as February. So at this meeting, it was a very high level because some of these sections are dictated again by state statutes or by very special standards, and some of the sections are just very small because we don't have a lot to say about them because they're again heavy regulated by the state. So we were able to get this done in a record amount of time. It was a lot of information, but we were able to keep it under the 2 hours to discuss the meeting. So in section 1, it's the introduction. It is the basic, here is our LDO. This is the state statute saying that we can have the LDO. And this is the information you're going to be finding in the LDO. Welcome to Rolesville, and this is how you build and develop in Rolesville. So section 4 on the overlays, it's mostly the floodplain damage and the watershed overlays. So for the floodplain damage, we decided to keep the optional language that's proposed by the state model. And we decided to remove sections from the current UDO that are not in the model ordinance to make sure that we are going by what the state expects to see in that model, in that ordinance. The state will be reviewing our section 4 for the floodplain damage prevention overlay to make sure that they are in agreement, that we have followed the state model. So we will be starting those reviews after the final revisions to keep the optional language in, remove those sections that from the current UDO that are not in the model ordinance. And then we will be hoping to hear back from the state that they are in agreement with our section, and then we can move forward with the adoption in the LDO. So some of the other things that came out of that discussions were that there may be a need for future study for flash flooding areas. The flood damage prevention mostly is for floodplain. It's not necessarily for just the floodplain, but there is a call for a future study that would really look at the flash flooding areas. We have a lot of what I have heard the term of a gully washer. In Rolesville, we get a lot of those types of just a sudden burst storm, a lot of flash flooding, just a lot of storm drainage, runoff, and nowhere to go for about an hour or two, and then it resolves itself as flash flooding seems to do. But if we're experiencing flash flooding in a lot of repetitive areas, that we need to do a future study to make sure that those flash flooding areas are called out and that everybody is aware. So that was a conversation from the steering committee that they would like to see in the future, that doesn't necessarily have to go into the LDO, but we did want to call it out to make sure that it's on the planning board and the board of commissioners on their list of things to do and talk about at some time in the future on what we like to do to handle some of these areas. So for the watershed districts, we are going from a watershed district to a watershed overlay. That is what we're proposing with the LDO. Currently, what we have is we have a watershed district for every single zoning district that we have on the books. So if we have an R1, we also have an R1W. If we have a commercial, we also have a commercial W, which means a commercial watershed. So in keeping our zoning map simple, it is currently not simple because we have special use districts, we have conditional zoning districts, we have watershed districts, and we have all these districts that could be overlays so that this base zoning is there, and then you go to the overlay to get the more restrictive or other guidelines for that overlay. And it makes it a little bit easier to keep the districts on the zoning map colorized, and the symbols on the map to be a little bit easier to read and follow. It doesn't make it as busy. You don't have to do all the cross-hatching. You don't have to do all it just makes the map easier to read at a glance. And it also makes the overlays a little bit easier to apply. We did have a question about working with the Wake County on the tax listings. What is currently on the tax listing is the zoning district, and if you go to the tax listing and you see, hey, this is a commercial watershed district, you see the CW, so you know that there's further restrictions on that commercial site rather than just having the commercial underlying zoning. So we'll work with Wake County on how to best display that on the tax listings to go ahead and make sure that anybody using those tax listings will maybe be triggered to do a deeper research on the different restrictions that might be on those properties. It is always best due diligence to always call the planning department and make sure that there are no other restrictions on the property that the tax listing or the IMAPs online might not show. But this will help those miscommunications or wrongly assumed that there are no restrictions if they just look at the tax listing and don't know to go ahead and take that next step in their research. So we are going to be working with Wake County on that. We have reduced the front lot setbacks in the overlays to help keep impervious surface to a minimum. That was a a suggestion from the steering committee to keep that reduction so that the impervious surfaces in the watershed, if you have a 50-foot setback on a residential lot rather than a 30-foot setback, that's another 20 feet that the driveway has to go down. That's another, that's a lot of extra impervious surface in the watershed that isn't necessarily needed. So we talked about reducing those front lot setbacks to make sure that we can keep those impervious surfaces to a minimum. And then for the nonconformity section in section 10, this is going to be a very important section moving forward, because this is going to be how we talk about what is currently on the ground to how we translate to the new LDO and how things will develop moving forward. So this talks about how existing nonconformities will be handled and how if we inadvertently create a nonconformity by passing the LDO, how those will be handled as well. So there will be some sections that, if we reduce lot setbacks or if we increase lot setbacks, there might be some buildings or there might be some things that get caught in the net from changing of the ordinances. And so this section talks about how we handle those and how we move forward with those developments to help them either be brought up to current standards or how they can continue the nonconformity on site. And I believe that is my last slide. So that is every meeting we've had so far for the steering committee. And they have done such an amazing amount of work. I know that there are, the mayor has sat in, and 2 commissioners and 2 of my planning board members have been sitting on that steering committee, and they can tell you that it's been a lot of work. They've really had to be on their toes. We've been challenging them on how to think and whether or not the proposed ordinances made sense as presented, if the tables made sense, if they liked the new format. They've really looked at it from head to toe on this thing, and they've been such a great resource. So I just want to go on record and say thank you for all their hard work, because they have really done an outstanding job.
Julie, can I reiterate one thing?
Sure.
Back to the Wake County on the new zoning labels. I want to say this again. The majority of the real estate brokers depend on the tax summary sheet when they look at the zoning and they see the W and they know it's in the watershed. Many of them know how to get to the GIS mapping, and it's pretty simple, but they don't know how to use the layers on it to identify the watershed. So we need to be real careful there, or we make some mistakes, because speaking myself as a real estate broker, if something's in the watershed, we have to identify it and disclose it, and it can be overlooked if that W is not on that summary.
Yes, and that's what we want to make sure, that we're not creating an issue moving forward, that we're not inadvertently creating misunderstandings, because what we want to do with the LDO is make it easier for everybody to use, easier to understand, and make it just as user friendly as possible. And so we don't want to do anything that would hinder anybody moving forward with the development of the town.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to kind of echo something right there, Commissioner, is, as we're starting to update the zoning map, of course, that's separate and apart from what Wake County is going to be using, but we definitely will be working with them to make sure that we've got common language between our layers of information on the zoning map and theirs, so it's a seamless transition between the two, and that they're, I'll say, basically talking.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Great comment. And Julie, I don't know about you, but I think we should double the steering committee's pay.
I think so. 10% bonus.
Yeah,
Is that because you're on the steering committee, Kelly? I'm confused.
No. They have put in a lot of work, as you can see, and this has been on a volunteer basis. So I kind of joke about, let's double their pay, but no, it has been definitely noted and appreciated.
Yes. And so with that, my section is done, and I think, Jonathan, we're ready for lunch. I'm not sure.
I think everybody's ready for lunch. So we'll kind of break now, and we'll reconvene at 12:45 with full bellies. How about that?
That sounds great.
Thanks.
See y'all shortly.
I have a question before we break. This is Sheila.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's after 12 already. Is there any way we can reconvene at 1? Would that be a problem?
I don't think that's a problem, Ms. Sutton, Jonathan. I mean, I keep looking kind of higher because I've got the schedule here because we were not anticipating hitting the steering committee update till after lunch. So I think we are definitely in position to do that.
Yeah,
would be awesome.
Yep, that'll be fine. We'll say 1 o'clock, and we'll start it off the afternoon talking about 160D. So
Sounds good. Thanks so much for your flexibility.
yeah, get ready.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mhm. Hey, Kelly.
Hi, Mr. Pierce. You have to unmute yourself first.
How about that?
There you go. Happy to see you.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry, but I had to work this morning.
We all have to do those things.
Yes, ma'am.
It's all good. Well, welcome.
Hey, Frank, do you know how to mute?
Yes, sir.
You might want to do that until you have a question.
Okay.
Thanks. Yep. Thank you, Frank.
Well, we have hit the 1 o'clock hour. Folks from the town, is there anything that we need to do before we jump into it, or are we ready to get it rolling?
Robin, for the record, did you note that Frank Pierce has now joined us? And you're good, Frank. I think, unless we want to do an icebreaker.
We can make 160D the icebreaker. That sounds like a
wow. that'll thaw the world.
Yeah.
All right, Jonathan. I think we're ready.
Well, thank you all for your punctuality. I hope you all had a good break. We are running a little ahead of schedule, which is good. We don't want to stifle any comments that you'll have from here till the end. We'll just kind of see how we go, and we may kind of shift the break or shorten the break or just keep plugging along, but we'll make sure that we at least give you all a little bit of time so that we don't have a 2-hour or 3-hour block, but we'll kind of play that by ear. But we're gonna start with 160D, and then we're gonna jump into the proposed district. So with that, I will kick it over to James.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, happy to be here today. For the record, my name is James Zerman at Kimley Horn and Associates, and I'm going to be kicking off some discussion on the 160D components of what we're up to in the LDO right now. So Jonathan, you can go ahead and flip on to the next screen there. But you've heard this term 160D thrown around a lot today. Julie and Kelly both made great references to how it's going to affect some of the processes that you might have in the LDO and what the rules are by the state statutes of what the town board can do, what planning boards can do. So there are some ramifications within the actual LDO document itself and also the process manual that we're currently crafting. So really what Chapter 160D aims to do is it consolidates Chapter 153A and 160A really into a single, more easily followable document for regulations on zoning, subdivisions, all that kind of important stuff that we're dealing with in the LDO right now. So the 160D does go into kind of a mandatory effect on July 1st, 2021. So there is a bit of a ticking clock on this as we move forward and finish up some of the LDO components. Basically what that means is all of the municipalities throughout North Carolina have until July 1st to update their ordinances to make sure it's compliant with the new rules and regulations that we find in 160D. As kind of a second part to that, there is another kind of a ticking clock that starts for July 1st, 2022, which is actually to provide some sort of update, comprehensive plan or land use plan as well. So there are some of those components that as we're going through the LDO right now, we're kind of keeping our eyes to the horizon there saying, okay, this is a great opportunity to make sure that we're going to sync up that future comprehensive plan that needs to be kind of updated by 2022, but that's a whole different process. So we're focusing right now on the LDO. Now there are going to be some things that 160D changes in terms of what the municipality can and cannot do. And one of them that you've heard talked about was kind of this concept of permit choice regulations. And basically, there will be kind of this area when the new regulations kick in, where if there's an application that comes in before the UDO, the new updated LDO takes effect over the UDO, that there will be choices of what the applicant can be governed by as far as which rules they go by. So we'll definitely see a lot of components in the LDO and in the process manual itself that really goes into distinction about when, how, and why these choices are made, what rules and regulations these applications will fall under. And we're definitely taking a careful eye into that as we move forward through that process. One of the other big changes that you'll see is a kind of this concept of conditional zoning. And there's been some changes there. And what we can kind of dive into, the summary kind of that is that really there's going to be a pretty substantial change in that there's a removal of authority to use conditional district, conditional use district zoning, what it's going to really require is that all conditional districts will be some sort of legislative conditional zoning. And that's, Julie talked a little bit about this, and this is kind of where there will be three distinct distinctions in the actual process manual between legislative decisions that the town board must make, quasi-judicial or evidentiary hearings, which is much more of a matter of fact and finding of evidence-based hearings that you'll see things like special use permits being required. And then there's also options to do a lot of different things administratively, but those are all very fine line items about where those changes occur and what processes they apply to. So there'll be a lot of different discussion items on that, I feel, as we move forward with the actual process manual that will definitely be involving the steering committee on and the town board as well. So those are things that we're going to be seeing moving forward on that. Also, I know we discussed, and Julie made a great point to bring that up, kind of this concept of permit lengths and what those expiration dates on some of these items are. There have been some changes made to that as well. So we need to be cognizant of those changes moving forward and how we write and craft those sections of the process manual and of the administrative portions of the LDO up front. And so I know that we are currently crafting a lot of that language, and we have some language that addresses some of those items there as well. Jonathan, if you want to skip to the next screen, that's great. Just as kind of a eye glance here of what we have looking at right now, on the left, you'll see that there's fairly, standard existing UDO processes that are in the UDO today. These range from things such as rezoning or annexations and special uses, all of which the town board handles right now. And we go through then kind of the maybe lesser permits, quote unquote, for zoning permits, occupancy permits, things like that, and also the major subdivision and minor subdivision processes. Now, as kind of an option moving forward, there are some areas where these can be a little bit more reorganized and discussions can be had about, who's making which decisions and whatnot. But there are a few things that 160D is going to mandate there. There will still be those legislative decision processes, as I said there, for annexations, anything that has to do an amendment with a land use plan or any text amendment to that land use plan or LDO, and also the rezoning process and especially conditional zoning. Now, there will be things that 160D mandates that have to be quasi-judicial or evidentiary, and those include special use permits, variances, and appeals. Now, there are the abilities to do administrative approvals as well, and those do include items such as subdivisions and site plans, which some municipalities, like to have some sort of public hearing on or some sort of governing board to do those approvals. But there are options there to have some sort of administrative approval process for those items. And those are all things currently being vetted and discussed with Julie and Danny, Kelly and myself, and kind of saying, well, what makes sense moving forward, as far as what we want to accomplish here in the LDO. So those are definitely all areas that we'll be diving into deeper as we go through the rewrite of that administrative section and that process manual that you've heard us refer to a few times today as well. And I think we can go ahead and skip to the next slide.
Great question, James.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just for my edification, what does BOC mean? And I apologize. I probably should know that.
Board of Commissioners. Yes. And
sorry about that. Okay.
Yep, that's okay. Yep. Town board, Board of Commissioners. Yeah, just kind of an acronym there. But good question. And that's something that we're going to address and kind of make sure that right now, it's funny you mentioned that the LDO has a lot of different names for a lot of the different boards and decision-making bodies. And that's something that we'll make sure is streamlined throughout. So all those names are consistently used. The definitions are consistent, which 160D is going to really make sure that we are providing consistent definitions for how those things are addressed and labeled and whatnot throughout the LDO. So good question. Yeah.
Yeah, let me interject one thing here real quick, James, and because I know the town attorney, Dave Neal's on the line as well. I know he has done quite a bit of work in this realm, to say the least. So we're definitely going to be leaning on him and his guidance as we're working through these conversions between the 160D components, especially as it relates to the processes.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Kelly. And I forgot to mention Dave Neal in the beginning. I know he's on the call today, so we definitely look forward to continued cooperation with him as we move through that process.
So Dave, if we say anything wrong, smack us.
Smack us. Dave, let me know.
I'll make a note in your permanent file.
There you go.
I love it.
And this slide here is basically just going to provide an overview of what potentially you could see those buckets of, for a lack of a better word, buckets, categorizations of those decisions between administrative, quasi-judicial, and then legislative as well. So these are all things that are actively being vetted, discussed, worked through, and we look forward to bringing, even more information on that as the process manual is finalized here.
And Dave, or Danny, Julie, do you all want to add anything to this portion? Because I know you all are working on some updates and some edits that are working their way through or just recently worked their way through. I'm gonna put you on the spot, sorry.
Just for clarity on this before Julie and Danny comment, and I know you were leaning into this, James. The discretion for what we end up doing with our LDO is on the left side in the green. The other items are set. So we have to do our special use permits and our certificates of appropriateness, although we don't have those here, as a quasi-judicial, and we'll do our legislative as shown for those items. We don't have any choices yet to make. On that administrative side, that's a challenge for many communities. Many communities struggle with the idea of allowing for administrative approval where all of the requirements are objective items that the staff will assess, and they'll check the boxes and issue the appropriate permits. And the alternative to that, unfortunately, is all the way on the other side with a quasi-judicial hearing before either the planning board, the Board of Adjustment, or the Board of Commissioners. So it is a challenge under the law to find a middle ground, because many communities are concerned with having it be administrative, and at the same time they would like to be able to get home before 1 a.m, so they don't want to have quasi-judicial hearings taking up a good portion of each month's agenda. I would love to hear what the group is coming up with in that area, and I look forward to hearing more.
Hey Dave, one quick question. Do all subdivisions have to be in the same group? In other words, can you have like low density subdivisions or ones that would be administrative, where something high dense would have to be legislative?
You can absolutely make subdivisions of your subdivisions, if you will. The categories need to be clear, however. You will see mistakes have been made in North Carolina by communities that have said subdivision shall be an administrative approval unless the planning director determines that it's a controversial matter. Now that does not.
Right.
Sorry.
Not a good one, yeah.
No, I'm thinking more like the low density, which we don't have any much, but if you do have them, they could be administrative because, they don't have the amenities and stuff that high density have.
That's right. There's a variety of different ways that I've seen divisions, and I'm sure the Kinley Horn folks have seen even more. Density is a point of division. Overall acreage is an item in terms of density or size. And then the final one is if the applicant is willing to go down a certain path entirely on that side of the equation with a certain set of objective requirements and live with absolutely every one of them, he or she can stay on the administrative side. If he or she would like to have a discussion and an argument and make a case and haggle with the planning director and want to have a more open kind of a discussion about the development, well, then you're back over on the quasi-judicial side. That's a legal way to make the division. It's more difficult to administer for the staff.
Well, let me interject 2 words, and Dave gave a good comment on it. You currently have 2 types of subdivisions in your ordinance, and it's defined, that's your minor versus your major. So going to what the Mayor Kern has suggested is we're going to have to define precisely what you're asking for to say what would be advanced up to the planning board or town board to review and approve versus staff. That's question number one. And then, of course, the other is you want to, our objective is to simplify as much as possible to keep from having a big bureaucratic process trying to do simple things. So that's the challenge to move forward. I can tell you from my years of experience, a lot of the subdivision approvals have been handled by preliminaries like you do here. This could be a town board or a governing body with planning board recommendation, which is what we currently do. But you could streamline it down to where even with one of the counties I have, with Granville County, it was all handled by the planning board. The Board of Commissioners did not get involved in subdivision. And then, as it was stated by Dave, you got some guidelines, you meet the requirements, it's to be approved once it meets the standards and specifications. So those are all different questions to look at administratively here in the decision-making process. The main objective is find a more simplified process. I would also point out long-term, your meetings are long now. And right now there's most of the projects, but I can see in the future that you're going to get overwhelmed. I'm talking about the town board. If you continue with your current status of not delegating some to the other advisory boards with some criteria to make decisions.
Yeah, and I kind of agree. I think, that box rezoning, that's, to me now, that's the big box. That's the one the board makes a decision on. Do we want a certain thing there when you rezone? But once you do that, unless it's something complicated, I'm not sure if we want to not streamline it a little bit. But if we don't want something, it needs to be in that first box rezoning and not in that last box subdivision.
And back to your point, Mary, well taken. As Dave said, the quasi-judicial and the legislative columns are locked in. There is only, if you designate a process that goes quasi-judicial, and those are the categories that's outlined, that's what you can do. The administrative is the one you have a little bit more flexibility. But again, if you're trying to streamline the ordinance to make it to where it's not burdensome, but give the protections you need. So you need to think about that left column there, what's administrative versus not administrative, but you would flip over to one of these other sides.
Yeah, and Dave, we still going to go even in the future with rezoning, in some cases have condition zoning, is that right?
I would expect that going forward, most all of your rezonings that are not city initiated will be conditional.
And that's not quasi-judicial either, is it?
Correct.
Yeah.
A question for the Kinley Horn team. How much discussion has the stakeholder group had about making greater use of the Board of Adjustment?
Really haven't at this point. I know that's one of those things. I know the staff, when I say Danny, Julie, James, and myself still need to really, I'll say, dive in a little bit more and just see what the comfort levels are. Julie, Danny, have you had any, I'll say, sidebar conversations with any of the group?
I can answer that one and then Danny can chime in. So we have not had any process discussions with the stakeholders. We have saved that for the planning board and the Board of Commissioners since they'll be directly involved. We can take that back to the stakeholders if you'd like us to discuss further with them what they'd like to see as on a more community side. But it comes down to what the board feels comfortable with on their level of participation in approvals. So we have not had those discussions yet. We have not brought the policy manual forward for review. We have focused mainly on the draft LDO text, that first 460 pages or so of text. And then the next couple of meetings will hammer out everything else that comes from this discussion and that the board would like us to dive a little bit more into discussions and come back with recommendations.
Thank you.
Yeah, the bottom two boxes there in the middle, they have to be Board of Adjustments, if I'm not correct. The variance and appeal.
Yes.
But I
those
guess
are-
what you're saying,
yeah.
the top two doesn't have to be, is that, it could be, or it don't have to?
Mr. Mayor, the quasi judicial identifies the procedure that needs to occur. And so the quasi judicial process under the ordinance is presumptively with your Board of Adjustment, but it is entirely up to the Board of Commissioners whether to assign the quasi judicial duties for any particular QJ case to the Board of Adjustment, to the Board of Commissioners, or even to the Planning Board if they wish.
Right.
So
and with that,
okay.
with that said, also, you can combine the quasi judicial with the planning board and not have a separate Board of Adjustment, just as long as you identify that that's the role. They just have to go through the proper procedures as an evidentiary hearing when they actually hear a case, that they follow through those guidelines versus their advisory function. And, you know, I've presented that idea before because we are not having a lot of Board of Adjustment cases coming through, which creates challenge of having a separate body to find the bodies for it and then not meeting frequently. But I know the discussion before was, let's keep them separate for now. But I do want to throw that out. Your special use permit can go to the planning board under a quasi judicial body or the Board of Adjustment versus the town commissioners. But there is, again, they will have to follow the same guidelines and procedures and process and hearing to exactly and hear the evidence to grant a decision.
Yeah, I personally like the appeal to be the Board of Adjustments, because that gives everybody that has an appeal at least the opportunity to go somebody different than who made the decision to start with. So, you know, if you're appealing to the board as a quasi judicial, I just like the idea of, you know, if somebody has to appeal something, that they get a proper hearing, you know.
And appeals, this case, Mayor, is the administrator. Appeals of the decision of staff to which they are as a challenge that the petitioner says, no, I think this rule or this requirement should be interpreted this way, and presents their facts and their figures and their whatever facts, to which the board reviews what the administrator done, or in that case, the planning director, versus what the ordinance says and what the evidence that the applicant presents. So that's an appeal of staff. It could be planning board or the Board of Adjustment.
Right, I see.
I have a suggestion to the group, and I think we do need to sort through this. I think it takes board's input. I think we should think about how we put some sort of survey together to the town board and try and get some answers from this over the next 30 to 60 days. But it'd be good to start moving towards resolution on this, because I think everybody's going to be interested in the answer. So we'll think about how we get input, but I do think I think you all may come from a different place, or maybe all come from the same place. But we need to kind of get it figured out. And I'd rather have your input before we go too much further on it.
Yeah,
versus trying to guess, quite frankly.
Yeah, I agree, and I think everybody may have a different opinion of it. You know, my opinion is, you know, it's really good to separate the legal from the political. And you know, you have a political board that's making a legal decision. Sometimes it's tough. It's tough on the people trying to do that, really, because you know you're making a decision by law, but you're representing the people. You know, so. I really, you know, my opinion, maybe the only one, that it's really best to separate the legal and the political, if all possible. Yeah.
What, am I confused? Because I thought Danny said, this is Sheila, just to clarify. I thought Danny said it was administrative, so the appeal would go to the planning board or to the Board of Adjustments. And Ronnie, Mayor, you referenced the political. So I'm
Yeah, that's more for the subdivision stuff, the quasi judicial, like we were used to with doing, you know,
Right.
where we go in there and we say, well, we hear what you're saying, but we illegally have to do this.
So for clarity on this, the only items that are allowed to be political are those purple items on the legislative column.
That's right. That's where I see it. That's right.
The other items are not appropriately political in any way.
That's
However,
right.
on the political side, you have that text amendment section, which sets the rules for how we're going to take care of those administrative and quasi-judicial items. So you all set the mechanism, the machinery in place, and then it should operate in a predictable fashion for those who come before the government for those particular permits or approvals.
Yeah, and a lot of really good discussion on this, and this is what we were hoping to kind of start getting into this discussion level here and kind of provide these different considerations moving forward. So I'm glad to see that we're having some of these thoughts right now. That's good.
Yeah, maybe I think that's a good idea, Kelly. Maybe, you know, somehow you poll everybody, but maybe we just need to look at that. And some of them some of those boxes are very, you know, fixed. Which ones of them we need to make a decision on? And, you know, and maybe those 3 or 4 that's in that list there, we circle somehow that we need to talk about. And what I'm hearing is subdivisions and SUPs and those type things, maybe.
Right. Well, we'll put some thought and we'll get on it because I think we need to get some input from you all. So.
All right, great. Well, there was a lot of good discussion there. If there's no more thoughts, we can move forward into the next district, which I'm going to hand the baton back over to Kelly Klepper. Kelly, you ready?
I am ready.
All right, thanks, Kelly.
So what we're going to do is just kind of outline some of the proposed districts and some of the discussions we've been having, both with staff as well as the steering committee. And I think we actually started to kind of line this out going back to when we first interviewed with the town. So, you know, one of the things that we identified early on was, you know, if you're looking on the portion to the left, that's the town's existing zoning districts. And you can see you have 11 residential districts, 1 office, 4 commercial, 1 industrial, 18 special use, and then you start getting into all of those other items. And then on your use table, you've got approximately 81 items that are actually listed. So one of the things that we started to do was to look and see, you know, what is, and I'll just use the residential, for example, of do we really need 11 residential districts in the town? And we started seeing that there was a lot of similarities between either the densities, the uses, setbacks, things of that nature. So we started thinking about what can we do to consolidate some of these districts. Now, one of the I'll say kind of an offshoot portion of this exercise is to also see exactly where all those areas are mapped on the zoning map to make sure that, you know, we're not going to unintentionally create a non-compatible or a non-conforming situation at some point. The other thing we have to be very, very careful about, and I know the town attorney is also going to be paying attention to this, is to make sure we're not taking away rights. So that if somebody has a specific zone that has, we'll say 3 dwelling units per acre or certain lot sizes, that we don't put them into a different category that's lower at the end of the day. So we have to be very careful about those. So what we've kind of come up with was what you see on the right. So in essence, I'll say taking the 17 districts that you have currently, of course, 11 of those being residential, and creating the 13 that you see on the right. Now, the 17 on the left, that does not include the special use, the watersheds, or your current conditional zoning districts. The list that you see on the right, and there again, I think this goes back to Mr. Cross's comment about what are we going to call some of these at the end of the day to make sure it's not going to be confusing. The names are there again, subject to discussion and approval by the town. But looking at what actually should kind of be occurring with some of these districts, and then starting to tie that back to the use table itself. And one of the things that we'll do here in a little bit is actually kind of walk through a few of the things as it relates to the use table, where we've done some cleanup because there's either uses that are no longer in play in the town, They're older, outdated. And I know I made a comment early on, and Danny corrected me because I was saying, do you really have monument manufacturing in the town? And he's like, yep, 2. So it's things like that where we start to look at what are some of these uses that we should really be thinking about as it relates to the zoning districts. Now, one of the ones I wanted to kind of call out, and this is something that we've been talking to staff about, was, the town currently has one industrial district right now. It's kind of a catch-all for all of your industry. So it doesn't matter if it was, we'll say, business, industrial, and technology. And you'll see where I'm going with that in just a second. If it was warehouse distribution versus, we'll say, almost like the things that you would see down in the Research Triangle, all of those got grouped into one overarching category under the current town zoning ordinance for industrial. So what we said was, why don't we think about creating a brand new zoning district specific for those, we'll call it the smart types of technology, the clean energy producers, or those clean tech industries. So we said, why don't we create what we're calling the BIT Park, the Business, Industrial, and Technology. It's actually a district that we had developed, or actually developed when I was working on, I'll say, Danny's side of the table in Georgetown, Kentucky. Similar types of concepts, because we had, when I arrived in Georgetown, a heavy industrial and a light industrial. And we started to develop a business park that the city was actually developing. But the concern was, are we really capturing the right types of uses in and around that area? So what we started to do was, like I say, create a brand new district, come up with some specific standards so that it wasn't the heavy industrial, the fumes, the smoke, those uses that are creating lots of traffic on the roads, and put those in an area where it's a little bit more compatible. So that's one of the reasons we started talking about creating a brand new district. The other thing that we did in looking at your commercial was similar to the residential. Is you've got 4 commercial districts. Do you really need 4 in this case? Especially if we move towards those mixed use districts that you see at the bottom of the page. And kind of that overarching response was not really. So, we're talking about keeping the commercial highway use. And I think that's where you still see a lot of your typical commercial types of uses, but also in kind of defining what are some neighborhood commercial uses. So the smaller scales, limited types of uses, increased buffering or whatever, that can really kind of be an anchor or that cornerstone within a neighborhood component. And then, like I said, working our way through to create, like we were talking about earlier, those mixed use districts towards the bottom of the page. So keep in mind there again, any names that you're not comfortable with, or you're like, hey, could we call it something else? Absolutely. We're not wed to these. These are, like I said, just to start kind of getting that thought process moving out there. We've had some communities that will call certain things like the Springs District in reference to a specific geographic area, or we'll see other types of districts that they're, again, kind of get back to more of a place name versus saying something like office and professional. So there again, it's semantics at this point, but just kind of get you the overall general feel of what we're doing and why. And there again, at the end of the day, what we'll do is to start modifying and mapping out where these are and making sure that we don't have any conflicts. And that's actually the next portion of what we will be moving into working with the town on.
Kelly?
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, the town attorney has no concerns with a city-initiated downzoning of sites, so long as there are no vested rights. The downzoning prohibition is only for privately initiated zonings. So that's a totally a policy decision.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thanks for chiming in on that one, Dave. I appreciate that. Yeah, one of our partners once before was giving me a hard time because we were talking about doing something and it was not, let's just say there was a potential of somebody cutting a check at the end of the day. It was not in the state of North Carolina. So we're always trying to be cognizant of those moving forward.
Sure. So North Carolina, as you mentioned, has adopted under 160D, and it's in effect right now, a limitation on the right to quote unquote downzone, which is a term now added to the statute. But that section does not apply to a city initiated downzoning. and certainly not to a situation if you were doing a comprehensive restructuring of your development regulation in your town. Now, of course, the big issue is, as a policy consideration, would you even want to venture into those sort of major changes to property owners' expectations?
Hey, Dave, I thought it was something that now requires a written letter or written consent from the landowner for you downzone. How does that work?
That is correct, but that's only if it's not a city initiated zoning.
Any
So
other
the
questions?
idea of this, if anyone wants the history, is that North Carolina was, the General Assembly was believing that there was a growing instance of land use lawyers working for neighborhood groups who were attempting to, in a hostile way, downzone neighboring properties of theirs so that those properties could not be developed for things that they found distasteful.
Okay, so long as we initiate it, it doesn't require a letter or anything from the landowner.
We would follow the normal procedure for, I mean, obviously you still need to provide notice,
Right.
but not consent.
Gotcha.
The difference
I
is
didn't
consent.
realize that. I thought we had to do the same.
But we do have to do the notice, but the word that changed was consent.
Any other questions or thoughts? I like this discussion. This is really good, especially for the combined groups here. Okay, seeing none. We did start to hit on, like I said, the mixed use districts earlier, and I want to spend a little bit more time just because those are probably some of the bigger changes that you're going to see within the LDO. Like I said, some of the other changes we've talked about with whether or not it's one of the residential or the commercial, other than the business park component, you all have seen portions of this through the cobblestone application process. We were working closely with Julie and Danny and the rest of the staff on development of the town center district. And we talked earlier today about, just making sure that that one is actually fixed kind of on the map. The other two that we're going to be talking about were more floating at this point, and not necessarily, we don't have a defined location that we've started to kind of pinpoint onto a map. But just kind of building in the sequence of things there again, just because it is kind of a new approach to some of the things that we're talking about doing, we wanted to spend a little bit more time today. I'm not going to spend as much time on the town center district, just because there again, that's the one that you all have seen on a number of occasions already. But and taking a similar type of approach from the town center and kind of building off of that for the other mixed use districts. We've got a unit, when I say uniform set of standards, but it's a uniform set of what's the building height, how are we approaching the density, and those standards that you're kind of seeing in the table itself. Now, the numbers that you're going to see in that right-hand column will definitely vary between the proposed districts. And of course, we talked about that a little bit earlier this morning. But from a town center perspective, we kind of always talked about, the maximum building height 35 feet by right, the 60 feet by approval of the board. Mix of uses in the building is required. And then one of, I'll call it the amendments that the board made, was with respect to the maximum amount of residential that could be developed before the commercial had to start. And then also getting into the parallel on-street parking and basically asking or requiring that the buildings be brought up to the property line itself. This is one of those areas where we started talking about those minimum and maximum building setbacks. How far off of the back of the sidewalk or the back of the curb do we want to see those buildings? And do we want to see all of the buildings right up on the street? And as you recall, looking at the town center standards and then also looking at the cobblestone, we have variations, and when I say some flexibility in that, in how you meet those standards. It didn't necessarily require that we start getting into any sort of conditional district or anything at that point, because the way we set the standards was the building and or other things that could meet the building frontage components. So similarly, when you start looking at the next one with the commercial mixed use, you start seeing there again, Same type of fill, same type of format. We've got maximum footprint. So we're basically saying we're okay with the larger, kind of the big box oriented types of uses in these areas. But we still have some of the residential components, and there's no limit on the type of the mix of as far as buildings are concerned. We're saying, it can be vertical, it can be horizontal from a mixed use perspective. It doesn't have to be that integrated within, we'll say the commercial on the first, followed by the residential on the second, third, whatever at that point. One of the things that you will see is a consistency across the board is the maximum building heights with the 35 feet and then the 60 feet by approval of the Board of Commissioners. One of the big changes you start to see at this point, though, is look at the building setbacks. We're still allowing those buildings to be brought up closer to the street itself, but we're also making allowances or provisions both on the front side and rears to where we could have some additional building setbacks or step backs to allow for parking on the sides and the rear. Keeping in mind, one of the things that I know we had a lot of discussion on with the town center was, what about the parking? And initially the intent was, well, we've got enough on-street parking, or it's a town center, so we really don't need to think or be concerned as much about the parking. But the Board of Commissioners said, hey, Kelly, by the way, that's great, but. So we made sure to incorporate those. So what we're trying to do here is make sure that we provide those allowances for buildings to be set back a little bit further and allow for parking in the front of the buildings itself. And there again, a lot of this is still kind of being fleshed out as we kind of work through it. And we're also starting to do a couple of, I'll say, the site examples to just make sure what we're doing and test it against some other properties and some other projects. So Jonathan, the next one. So the suburban mixed use, there again, kind of looking at similar type of approach, starting to get a little bit more of a different, when I say a different feel, just than the town center. You'll still see the maximum height. You're still seeing the mix of uses which is required, but it can still, again, be a vertical or a horizontal mix of uses. And we're also allowing for increased setbacks in those distances. Now, I know that there's been a little bit of discussion from some members of the steering committee as far as we need to make sure, depending on where these get applied, that there is sufficient room for the parking fields that some of these retail uses need. And that's one of the other things we're continuing to kind of look at, how that could apply in these situations and make sure we're not unduly restricting a potential development coming into the town. And I think, Mary, you were very clear on some of your comments previously about making sure that, we're accommodating commercial throughout the town. And I apologize if it was not you, Mayor, but I remember hearing that comment that we don't want to just be all residential. And at the same time, we don't want to be too regulatory and force those folks to go somewhere else. So what we're trying to do is almost like right size those mixed use districts. And I know, Julie, we had a really good discussion with the steering committee looking at some of the different types of built developments in and around not only that area, but also in other portions of North Carolina, and what this would look like if it was built. So we do have some of those examples that we can definitely provide to these groups as we're moving forward. Any questions on the mixed use districts? Now, the next item we're going to talk about, and this is something I know it's been a really good item that Danny and I have had some discussions on. I'm going to ask James to kind of weigh in on this one, but it's with respect to the overlays. And I think this goes back to Mr. Wilson, one of your comments as far as the watershed, just making sure we capture those items. So I'm going to ask James and Danny, if you want to provide some insight as well to kind of talk through these overlays.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. And I know Julie did a really great job summarizing the discussion that we had in the steering committee on some of the issues right now we're working through with the flood damage prevention overlay and the watershed overlay as well. So there is a lot of state language for the flood damage prevention overlay that we're going through to make sure everything is complying with, consistent with, and that's been a lot of that kind of working through right now in that section there. Now, the watershed overlay is one that we're still kind of actively going through as well after discussing it with the steering committee of we want to make sure this is going to be the right fit. And there was discussion about changing some of the standards in there, such as the front setbacks came up, making sure that there's not extra impervious surfaces there. So we are currently going through that. And those are some areas that we're working through with Danny, Julie, and the staff on some of these overlays. But it is a very simplified approach based off of what the UDO previously offered, where, as Julie, kind of summarized it best, there used to be a, quote unquote, watershed district for every parallel zoning district that there was. But this will be a much more simplified approach where we're going to build those standards in to kind of avoid that level of confusion. But as Kelly pointed out, and as we've heard from the steering committee members, there is some concern about making sure that we're going to adequately provide that information through the zoning map, through any sort of available websites that might advertise these items. So those are all things that we're taking into consideration right now on that. And if Danny or Julie want to chime in on anything that I might have missed or glossed over on that, I'd be happy for you to jump in there if you'd like.
Yeah, let me explain this a little bit better about the purpose of this. Ability to imply or establish additional requirements over the base zoning, and your base zoning is your traditional districts or the conditional zoning districts. And the advantage of using overlays versus what's in the current UDO is that we don't have to have so many districts. As already identified, the watershed district consists of, I believe, around 4 or 5 watershed districts that cover residential, mobile homes, manufactured homes, commercial, and industrial. And then it goes and regulates the use and setbacks and so on like that. And it's really duplication of your base zoning. If you really took your base zoning, such as your commercial, residential, or industrial districts, put that under it, and then just impose the additional requirements. In the area of flood damage prevention, this is the FEMA flood insurance program. That is all covered by the flood insurance map established through FEMA and in cooperation with the state of North Carolina as a cooperative agency. 99 counties are subject to that, except for Mecklenburg County that has it directly with FEMA. In a summary, we just adopt and reference the adopted firm maps as an overlay. We do not have to go and show it on the zoning map. But if a property on the FEMA map has a flood prone area identified by the flood insurance program, those regulations will apply to keep us in the flood insurance program. The watershed district is somewhat similar to that in that we have a WS2 balance of the watershed for the Little River mandated by state rules and protection for drinking water supplies. We can do an overlay that imposes the additional requirements of lot size or the impervious coverage for non-residential. And it will not matter whether it's on industrial, commercial, or residential below it, it will have to meet the watershed standards. This eliminates about 4 districts in your ordinance and just have an overlay. The overlay will apply to the area identified by the state through its designation for the ridge line of the watershed. So basically, these are additional requirements to go over the base zoning. And your current ordinance creates a lot of duplicate texts that could be consolidated to a few terms. One of the things we don't need to do with the watershed districts is specify the use, unless there is a prohibition by the rules dealing with with the water supply watersheds. So that was some of the clarification we were dealing with in the stakeholders meeting, in that we took basically the consultants took the current watershed zoning classifications and made it into one, but there was some requirements in there that were no longer necessary because it's covered by the base zoning. Okay.
So Danny, is there any districts that is excluded? In other words, all our districts we just saw on the previous slide, you could put in the watershed?
Any one of those districts, yeah. Yes, any one of those districts can go in the watershed. However, when the overlay hits it, it's going to make it meet the water overlay standards. So for example, you do a BIT district, the Business Industrial Technology District in the watershed, you can do that. But when the overlay hits it, it's going to require 12% impervious coverage, unless you do a special intensity allocation, which we're very limited on. I don't want to get into details of that, but that's the only option to get out of that. But it will make them have to do a lot of land will go in to do that type of intense use.
But there's nothing, it's nothing excluded though. There's nothing that can't go in the watershed.
That's correct. And you, even in your current ordinance, you had an industrial watershed district that could go into the watershed, but it's got a 12% impervious coverage requirement.
Right.
So that instead of having a traditional
right.
business industrial district and having a watershed district, we're just going to have the overlay that says it will only apply if it's in the overlay area. And not all of Rolesville is in the watershed.
But requiring or restricting them to 12% that they can build on, and that's going to include parking lots and driveways too. That is really going to limit what they can do on that land.
And unfortunately, Jackie, that is all mandated by the state watershed protection rules.
Exactly.
We don't have much choice in that.
You won't be seeing any commercial going in there.
It won't be very practical. It's a lot of land to just to do a little bit.
Yep.
The special allocation still applies though, right?
Yeah, those rules will still apply. There is a limited amount. You've already used some of it. There's a balance left. It is all restricted by your jurisdiction, and there is some special rules about how to get more if we extend our ETJ by some ability with the county into the watershed. You got to get the transfer of those allocations for the intensity allocation to come with it. If you don't request it, it's not automatic. I mean, I don't want to get into too much detail, but it's possible. But right now we're very limited to about, let's see, I'm trying to remember, you got about 83 acres available for, well, you can allocate to 70% build upon. And after you use those 83 acres, unless we expand the ETJ and get an additional allocation from the county, it will not increase. So my recommendation is use it wisely.
Yeah, that's not in this document, is it? You won't find that in this document.
No, that's by state watershed protection rules.
Gotcha.
We don't need to reference those because it's already state under the rules.
Yeah, I'd rather for it not being a document, really.
Now, there will be the thing called in special intensity allocation. SIA will still be stated in the ordinance. The LDO as well as it was in the UDO. So the bottom line is the overlays is to impose additional requirements over the base zoning and eliminates you having to create separate districts for each type.
I think that's a great explanation, Danny. Masterfully done. So thank you for your input on that. So as Danny summarized, that's kind of the deal with the flood damage prevention overlay and the watershed overlay kind of acting as a stacking on top of that district there. So if there's no more questions, we can jump on to the next screen, Jonathan. Which very timely, discussing uses. So this is just the example of the use table currently that we're working with in the LDO. And along the top, you'll see we have the different zoning districts that you've seen mentioned today, ranging from all the traditional districts or the general use districts to the mixed use districts on the far right. So as Julie did a really good job summarizing, we've had a lot of discussion about the standards for those districts, of the traditional ones and the general use districts in particular. So we didn't really want to dive too much into the weeds today on setbacks, lot coverage, things like that. Those are all being actively worked out right now with staff after some consideration by the steering committee there. So you'll see some finalized edits and whatnot for those district standards. But we did just want to have a conversation about the uses that you'll see here. And this is just an example, some of the commercial uses, and these are defined in the LDO. So we actually have those definitions with examples, typical accessory uses, all defined right there for the staff to administer very easily to say, hey, I have some sort of, indoor recreation use that I'd like to do. What does that qualify as? And so staff can go, oh, yep, nope, it's some sort of, axe throwing use that we see going into some parts of the country right now. We're going to qualify that as some sort of indoor recreation use because we see that's an example. And then we can go ahead and follow that use along the right and see, yep, it's permitted there in the neighborhood commercial or the commercial highway districts. And it'll show all those different areas where you might be able to see those uses occur. So we find that this is just a really great, fast, easy way. There was a use table in the current UDO that just definitely needed a little bit of elbow grease on and kind of a cleanup and consolidation of uses. So here we just see that quick example of how easy it would be for anyone to pick up that book, look at the use, find what it's defined as, and see where it's allowed throughout the town. Were there any questions on just kind of the general approaches to uses and how that use table will work?
P stands for permitted, S stands for special use.
Yep, you got it. Yep, exactly. And we'll have those keys as well. And that's actually a comment that I know that we picked up from the steering committee to say, hey, let's just make sure on each one of those pages with the use table, we'll have that consistent key along the bottom or the top, just to make it very easy to make sure there's no miscommunication on that.
And in summary, when it says special use, it is issuing the process of a quasi-judicial special use permit. 160D says you can no longer make everybody go through a special use permit. You can only do specific uses within the district.
Exactly. So as we move through the process, this is definitely one that we see with most communities. This one has changes all the way down to the very end of the process. And Kelly, you can always jump in and correct me if I'm saying anything incorrect there. But I feel like this is one of those very nitty gritty type of things that as we go through it, we'll ask for opinions and or comments on this constantly throughout the process. And those will continue to change and modify as we get down closer and closer to the end of the LDO.
Yeah, exactly, James. And the other thing that we're doing is kind of like when I said we were mapping out to see where the respective residential districts are falling and what those densities and the setbacks are. We do the same thing at the same time that we're mapping these out just to make sure that, okay, within the neighborhood commercial, eating and drinking establishments with no drive-through, and just kind of start doing those spot checks to make sure there, again, we're not creating incompatibilities or something that may not be the vision that the town has at this point.
Yep. And Kelly brings up a great point, and that's kind of how you can see all these different sections of the code are going to be all very interconnected. So as we modify things and change things, we'll constantly have to kind of go back, rethink some things and make sure everything's fitting and coming together at the end of the process. So you just kind of get a little bit of a taste of that collaborative nature that we have to consider as we go through and do these revisions.
Why are we taking the drive-throughs as a different approach? Is it something about drive-throughs that are different, or?
Yeah, typically, Mayor, what you'll see is, when you start talking about drive-throughs, that's a very auto-oriented type of use. It's auto-centric, and you start looking at, and I'm not going to sit there and say we've got the P and the S in the right spot for those. But it goes from being more of a, we'll say, conventional type of restaurant to something that's more auto-centric, and that may not always be suitable in some areas.
So that's different from a non-eating established drive-through. Then it's not the drive-through itself; it's a type of. It's like bank drive-throughs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so there's the drive-throughs, and I'll say drive-through is kind of like one of these things we talked about, like an overlay. So we'll have the specific uses, and then we'll have the uses that may or may not have a drive-through associated with it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I guess drive-throughs is kind of the ones you think more of, like the franchise.
Yeah, and especially during this period of COVID, drive-throughs have been the lifeblood for a lot of folks. So we have to be very careful how and where and why that we start looking at those standards. Before COVID, it was, I'll say, a little bit easier to start saying, hey, we really don't want these types of uses next to a neighborhood or next to a residential, or they've got to be architecturally blended in. With COVID, we were seeing more and more communities kind of go away from those, I'll say, the older ways of thinking. And maybe it's more of it's allowed, but it's on a more limited basis, or it has additional design standards attached to it at that point.
Great question, though. It's definitely thinking along the lines of what we're thinking at, as we work through all this. So that's great. Well, I would say, Kelly, unless if there's any more questions here, I know we're rubbing up against 2 o'clock, which was another scheduled break. And Jonathan, I know you're playing moderator, so.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's take a 15-minute break. I'll show 2:15 as our returning time, and we will jump into the next thing, which are some key topics. I think is what's next. We'll see you at 2:15.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Jonathan.
We'll call this the 1 minute warning, and then we will jump right back into it very soon.
And Commissioner Sneed gets the award for the comfiest chair today.
You know what, we are having our floors replaced, and they were supposed to be finished yesterday. So I planned on being in a much more professional, setting. But I got a little camping table as my table, and it's good. You just don't see what's behind the scenes on these calls. Got to make do when you have to with what you have.
Absolutely.
All right, we have hit 2:15. I don't know if we can get a quick scan by the town staff to make sure that we are ready to proceed. I know Mr. Klepper and James are ready to rock.
Are we good to go, Kelly? Yes,
Kelly
sir.
says
All
yes. Let's do it.
All right. So some of the things that Julie was mentioning earlier today about the potential for some of the topics to be either currently in the LDO or may slide beyond the LDO, specifically with regards to signage and parking and some of those things, because those are the standards that typically have the most, I'll say, involved discussion. It's probably the politically correct way of saying that, because you start getting into, especially when we're talking about signage, somebody's advertising, how they're going to find the piece of property or a specific use or things like that. And, signage can be very passionate in some people's minds. So one of the things I want to make sure everybody understands and realizes is that, it's actually getting to be an older case at this point, but there was a U.S. Supreme Court case as it deals with signage. And James will go ahead and Jonathan, I'm sorry, jump to the next one. But there was a U.S. Supreme Court case, affectionately called the Reed case, that really turned a lot of sign codes on their ears. And what happened was that the town in Arizona basically started to regulate specific types of signs with their placement, their time, and it was associated with a church. So it kind of started getting to that content all the way to the Supreme Court. And what came out of it was basically, as communities, you can regulate the placement of signage as far as where on the building, where on a piece of property or the ground. You can talk about what type of sign you can, when I say that, is it freestanding or a wall mounted? You can talk about, certain things as far as how big the sign can be. But they started to really kind of narrow that focus in a little bit after that. We can't get into certain things as far as, we'll say, like a specific religious organization can't just go put their signs up, or you have regulations that have certain allowances for specific types of uses. So basically we have to start treating a lot of the sign codes as they're all equal, whether or not it is a Home Depot versus a church versus a mom and pop type of daycare. Now, there again, we do have some limitations and some things that we can do as part of the codes. But what you'll start to see is, what are we doing, how are we doing it, and more importantly, where are we doing it? So we started going through the town sign code. I got city stuck in my head because I got the city case from the U.S. Supreme Court. And one of the things that we started talking about with staff was, well, the sign code's a little hard to understand the way it's written, and kind of keeping that same vein that we've been talking about. Why don't we look to simplify the sign code? Let's put the graphics in. Let's explain exactly what we're talking about and how and why. So we started talking and looking at what types of signs do we have currently within the town and that we want to continue to have within the town. So we identified the type of sign. Then we started saying, what's the standard that we really are trying to get at here? The placement from a property line, sight triangle visibility. And at the end of the day, there was a lot of extraneous conditions or regulations that we thought could be removed and should be removed as we're updating the sign code itself. So Jonathan, go ahead and go to the next slide, because we actually have a couple of slides. We'll show you the different types of graphics and things of that we're looking at. So one of the things that we started to do was to identify within the respective zoning district what type of sign could be placed or could be utilized within it. So we start to identify wall signs, canopy or awning, projecting / blade. And then you can see, so we've got the building sign group, we've got ground signs, and then we have other signs. And you can see the P would be permitted, X is not permitted. And the one thing you'll notice that you start to see is there's nothing in there regarding a specific use. So if it's the funeral home versus a school versus whatever else, we're not going to that level. We're dealing with the zoning districts and then what are those uses allowed within the zoning districts, of course. So we're staying at that higher level. And this is just for informational purposes to kind of get everybody kind of thinking about it and start to see, okay, so what are we saying a type of sign could be installed within a specific zoning district? So that's kind of item number one when we start talking about the sign code itself. Jonathan, if you go to the next one for me.
Kelly,
yes, sir.
We're going to talk about signs and the candle power and the lighting of signs.
We actually do get into that, Commissioner, and it's actually a really good one, whether or not they're internally lit versus externally lit, the flashing and things of that nature. We actually do get into that with the LDO provisions. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we won't go into the specifics today, but as Julie will tell you, we've got a lot of the language. And James, I know I'm looking at section 6.2 of our proposed LDO outline. And if you see me kind of looking over to the right, because I've got my two other computer screens here. And just looking to see, because we do get into the internal illumination discussion versus the external illumination. We do not get into the, I'll say the foot candles or the lumens coming out of the sign, other than to start talking about the exterior illumination and or it being reflected or glare coming off of that onto adjacent properties. Now, if that is something that this group wants to kind of dive into, much like what we're talking about with some of our street lighting, then we absolutely can start providing some of that language as well. So I will take that as probably want to look at it, right, Julie? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Oh, I gotta get my glasses on here now. Oh, it's one of those days, folks. So you see the graphic that we have right there. So we start to identify, in this case, this was a monument sign, which is in essence, some people will call it a ground sign. Some people will call it a freestanding, but ground-based. We can define it, whatever we want to, but we just need to make sure we define it somehow, some way, and then apply the specific standards to it at that point. So in this case, what we did is provide the top image, which actually says, okay, this is a monument sign, and there's the letters, should be the letters, there should have been letters on there, but they kind of reference how tall the sign can be, how wide it can be, and how much of a sign face that we permit. Once you start getting into the specifics, what we do is say, okay, here's what the sign could look like, here's the dimensions and how it applies. And then we try to provide just a kind of for a contextual reference, what kind of sign are we looking at and how does that fit within it? We'll say in this case, a commercial center. And we say, so this way you can see, oh, that's the kind of monument sign we're typically seeing. That is just for illustrative purposes to kind of help convey the message. There's nothing from a standard standpoint on that second graphic, but the real component comes with the description of the sign and then the size itself. So we talk
Kelly,
about, yes, sir.
And I noticed the second paragraph down there, the second sentence, a development over that should be 10,000 square feet, not 100,000 square feet. There's a zero missing.
And we may have some decimal points there, Jackie, or Commissioner, excuse me. Didn't know.
Yeah, that's okay. Call me Jackie. But I assume that's 10,000 square feet.
Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll go back and look at that, James. I'm trying to remember what we have under some of those initial discussions.
Yeah, we'll double check on that, Kelly, for sure. Yep.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. And there again, we do try to make sure that there are some different tiers because of some of the uses. When I say some of the uses that may come about within these districts, kind of like what we were talking about earlier with the mayor talking about residential density in the subdivisions is, is there additional provisions for certain size developments that should allow for increased signage? So almost setting up those tier types of systems based off of the size of the property or the square footage of the development or something along those lines. And then so we get into the sign width, the height, as well as the area. Now, I do want to pause here for just a second and just see, is there any comments or concerns or thoughts from, I'll say, the graphics, or the way we're kind of laying this out moving forward?
Well, Kelly, you know me, Mr. Cross here.
Yes, sir.
I love the visual because I'm a visual person. So this helps right away give me some context. So if this is the way we're going, clearly this is what I like to see. More of the visual, more of the graphics. It really spells things out.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Appreciate that. Any other comments or thoughts before we move on? And there again, I will say that we've been working with town staff, so we will have when I say a level of detail for this specific standard, to where the board can either opt in and move forward with those, or kind of continue it like Julie was saying, based off of some of the discussions with the steering committee and or staff. Okay, so let's go to the next one, Jonathan. We're going to talk about parking for a little bit. And I know this is something that's very near and dear to a lot of folks on this calls or in this meeting's heart. One of the things that we were tasked with early on was to kind of, I'll say, right size the town's parking provisions. And one of the ways that we've done it, and we've seen a number of communities do it, is to not only look at what are the standards for specific uses and how should those be applied, but also start looking at, do we want to establish both a minimum and a maximum? Because what happens a lot of times is, communities will set I'll call it the basement, and say there's a minimum of X number of parking spaces required, and they leave it at that. So you usually will see parking standards, and I've made this comment before, parking standards are typically developed or applied based off of 2 days out of the year, the day after Thanksgiving and the day after Christmas. And I've made that, like I said, a couple of different times. So what we try to look at doing, especially with knowing that there's the watershed and some of the other components, is do we want to start to right size the parking, not only in the way that we're calculating that, but also the numbers. Now, we're not saying that this is the end all be all and you cannot exceed the maximum. There are provisions for that, but this is kind of that by right approach that we've talked about a little bit. And the thing that we're trying to do is either look at decreasing the amount of excess parking that we have on a site, which there again, that is a decrease in stormwater. It affects our water quality, it affects air quality, it affects a lot of different things. We're also trying to get towards those shared parking facilities and cross parking, because we realize that certain uses don't need the parking 24 hours a day. They may have a peak for, we'll say, a restaurant versus an office or things like that. So why not try to encourage both those shared infrastructure and shared resources? And it also comes down to shared cost or reduction of costs for projects moving forward. One thing that did definitely want to identify here is, in addition to that minimum and maximum, there is what we call the additional notes. Because what we started to identify and learn is that there are some things that need to be kind of pointed out as far as, is there a special provision that we need to make sure we're taking care of or addressing? And in the case of like the one at the bottom, the eating establishments, outdoor seating shall be included in the square footage. Because what happens a lot of times is restaurants or parking standards will look at, we'll say, like this says, on a square foot basis. Those areas where you have outdoor seating will not necessarily get calculated or counted in with a building square footage, but yet they may have a quarter, a third, even sometimes half of their seating outside or outdoors. So we want to make sure we're accommodating those types of uses as well, and that we're providing the right type of parking for those. The other thing I want to make sure and kind of point out is there were some of the uses that we're looking at There again, we're tying this back to the use table and looking at some of the national standards, looking at some of the other communities that we've worked in, and also just surveying communities that we haven't worked in. We wanted to make sure that there was the provision for what we call the alternative parking plans. And that is the realization that one size does not fit all. And that kind of goes for the reason why we have minimum and maximums, but also allows for applicants to come through with a parking study that says, hey, we've done this in 3 other places. These are the standards that we've used. These are kind of the parking counts that we've provided, and kind of enter that into that evidentiary component for an approval. And that way the staff has the ability to say, we have competent substantial evidence from a professional that says these are the standards that they need for this specific use. And one of the reasons we wanted to make sure and do that, because we've worked with a number of hospitals. Hospitals have a different, when I say feel and flavor, they may have just, I'll call it the beds. They may have the medical office building. They may have accessory types of uses. And what we found was just basing it off of beds or basing it off of square footage or even the type of hospital, because they're getting very specialized these days and the parking may not be exactly fit for all of those. Those are the folks that have done this before, especially when you start talking about some of the larger hospital groups. They know what they need to park with. We just want for the town to be able to have that justification on why they're doing something as far as an alternative parking standard. Let me ask, are there any questions on that at this point?
I know you got some principal uses there, but what if we get something we don't have today? Let's say a hotel, motel. Mm-hmm. How do we cover that if it's not on the table here?
Well, and that's a great question, Mayor. And actually what we have built into, and I'm looking on this screen under 6.4, James, what is it? How many? 2, 3, 4. We actually have the 5 different use groups, and we have a use called lodging, Mayor, which covers our hotel motel uses. So we're trying to think ahead, including those uses that hopefully will be coming to the town in short order and going ahead and providing those standards. The other thing that we do is if there's a use that's not listed, then staff has the ability to see what is the closest type of use and apply that standard. Or there again, somebody could come in with that alternative parking plan and say, this isn't covered in your code. We've done this, here's these other communities, or here's the studies that we've done, and provide that, and you can approve it based off of that.
Kelly?
Yes, sir.
Once an applicant uses an alternative parking plan with the justification that they have a particular sort of healthcare use, and therefore it requires less parking, does that site then become limited to that specific use as part of that application and is no longer as broad as the zoning would otherwise allow?
And that is one of the drawbacks that, you know, and depending on how that approval ends up coming to be, it almost becomes like that conditional district where it's a specific standard for that specific property and the specific use. So that's one of the things I know I wanted to kind of follow up with you about and just make sure we're navigating this correctly in your opinion.
Okay. I don't know what the answer is, so
yeah. But that is a very good question. You know, the other thing that I wanted to make sure and talk about is there are provisions there again for the shared parking, especially and within the mixed use districts. We do have provisions for on-street parking. We do have the ability, if someone desire to develop or install a parking structure or parking garage as part of an overall use. So we didn't want to necessarily limit how we approach parking within the town. Now, when you start looking at the on-street parking, then we've got those numbers fairly small as far as the percent that you can account for that. I know some places will say, you know, like in the town center, if you've got X number of spaces available or on street, then parking's waived. We heard loud and clear going through the cobblestone application in the town center that that was not the way that the town wanted to proceed. So we still made provisions to allow those, but we just, I'll say, ratcheted those numbers down so that you can get some benefit from on street or some of the shared or remote, but it's not a full-blown benefit to the parking.
Kelly, what's an assembly on this page? What's that mean?
James, correct me if I'm wrong, church?
Yeah, the intent there, Kelly, is to include a kind of a broad category, including churches there. But I know that's definitely an item that we've been discussing with staff, and that we've seen other communities kind of ask that question: does it make sense to separate a church as an individual use? But you start getting into that kind of discussion of, well, why are you treating one use so differently than another use? So those are definitely all kind of factors we have to consider there.
And let me also identify that assembly is tied to the state building code. State building code will dictate if it's classified as assembly versus the other categories. A community center could possibly, if it's going to be kind of an auditorium type assembly, would fit into that category as another example of the civic use besides a church.
How about a town hall with the town chambers?
The chambers is going to be assembly. The offices will not.
So when we do a town hall, we have to fall underneath assembly?
Possibly. Depends on the occupancy, how many people. Now here's square footage. So for example, if it's governmental offices, you could probably go in that category. Usually assembly's got to be the predominant use of the facility to hit that category. If you've got a board meeting room, that's not predominant necessarily. You may have more square footage in office than you do in the boardroom.
Mm-hmm.
So
the question for interpretation.
So the schools, is that including public schools or just private schools?
All
That's
schools.
actually all schools.
All schools?
Public or private.
Even Wake County?
Whether it's county schools or charter schools or private schools, they're all fit in the same category.
So we know, and I guess this is more for Kelly, putting this together. Do we know that this fits the Wake County's requirements for schools and stuff?
Well, and that's the other thing, Mayor, we are confirming just based off of some of these, when I say it's more of a public type of use, especially where we have some I'll call it cross pollination with the county uses, make sure we're being consistent with that. So some of these numbers may in fact be modified as we're moving through this process.
Right.
Good question and great observation, Mayor.
Yeah, I would hate we get another middle school or something and we limit the parking than what they need or something like that.
Well, like I said, there's one of my friends said there's no free lunches even if you own the restaurant, but I think there's probably some free lunches at these levels. Any other questions regarding parking at this point? And there again, I think the big thing is we're not trying to overly limit parking that somebody wants to do by to the contrary, we're saying that we're giving you a range. If you can meet the range, keep moving forward. But there's also opportunities for you to come in with some sort of alternative studies or alternative plans that say, here's why we should be able to do something different.
I have a quick question. Under civic uses, so when you say government office, I mean, I know somebody just asked that, but I guess I wasn't clear on the response. What does that entail, government office?
So James, do we have, I know we're working on our definitions as we speak.
So like, I'm thinking commercial office, I'm thinking even assembly, could that possibly be event space?
The government office would be limited to government or government-oriented functions. So it'd be like the town, the county, if it was the health department or even, somebody like the property appraiser or something, or the school board, that would fall under that one. Anybody else that will say it was like a real estate office or something else would fall under the professional office category.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct, Kelly. That's the intent there.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions on parking before we move on to open space and buffering? Okay, Jonathan. So we've got a couple of slides I wanted to kind of walk through as it relates to open space and buffering. Now, I want to make sure it's very clear that we're not talking about the greenways at this point, because that's a completely different item that's actually coming out as part of your Parks and Recreation and Open Space Master Plan. So we definitely will be, I'll say, reserving space for the recommendations or whatever comes out of that plan to be incorporated under the LDO. But what this is actually getting into is, do we have a minimum amount of required open space for residential, non-residential, or mixed use types of developments? And if so, how much and what type can it be? So we actually have, and this is only 2 of the graphics we're showing, but we have 8 different types of open space, the way they're defined and the images. And that's everything from a square or a green, a neighborhood park, or a linear park, and things of that nature. We also get into active use areas, which is basically akin to the image that you see on the top right. Those areas where we can have or allow pedestrian or interactions outside or in front of a building. And it's right there on the street or on the sidewalk or in some common area. So we're trying to start to look at what are those open spaces and how do they apply. We do start looking at within the code provisions or the LDO provisions, different types of sizes, so small, medium, and large of these types of facilities, but it's also based on the size of the project that's being proposed. So we get into, if it's a certain size or a certain acreage, then there is amount of acres of open space that you have to provide. And here's the kind of that buffet list of, you can provide a small park or a medium-sized green and meet those standards. So there again becomes kind of that buffet list of, here's all the things you can choose, but you still have to kind of hit the mark at the end of the day. One of the things that we started talking about and what we've observed in a lot of communities is they will start to say, okay, you've got to have 1 acre of park space for every 47 residents or 47 houses, which is okay, great. And then they start saying, but it needs to be this, this, and this. And we actually saw one of these in another community. There was a tot lot in a age restricted community because that's what the code said it needed to have. So we were trying to figure out, was that for the residents, for the grandkids? And we talked to the developer and they said, no, that's just what the city said we had to have was a tot lot based off of our acreage. So that's the reason we said, okay, let's make sure we've got enough options out there for community, for the developments to say pick and choose, but still meet the overall intent. Buffer types. This is, I know there was a lot of discussion at the with respect to the town center standards that came through. We're actually proposing 4 buffer types, and that's where we would have a dissimilar use up against another use. Not where we've got a single family residential neighborhood necessarily up against another single family neighborhood, but where we have office and professional up against residential, or multifamily next to industrial. That's where we're starting to look at what are those property perimeters and those buffer types. And so what we started to do here again, and actually these will be black and white, we just wanted to put them in color so you could see them a little bit better, is identify a specific buffer, whether it's a type 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then start to identify what is required within each of those. Is it and I can't remember who, which one of the commissioners had brought this up with the town center, but instead of 3 trees, it needed to be 4 trees within that buffer. Those are the kinds of things we definitely like to hear. And so you can see graphics like this that say, okay, the width of that buffer needs to be 25 feet. And that's the width from, we'll say, the edge of the property into the property. We start saying, okay, how many trees need to be within a 100-foot measurement? And we're talking about the linear, so that one that you see right there, kind of that aerial shot of how many trees need to be within that 100-foot stretch. And then you start looking at shrubs and other things like that. And then if there's a wall or a fence, where does that get placed? One of the things we found out early on in working with several communities was if we didn't define where that fence or wall was, they would end up putting the fence on right up against the property line, and all the nice landscaping and the vegetation was on the inside of the wall for their residents. So what you started seeing was a vinyl wall for 1,000 feet. because nobody ever specified, well, where do the trees get planted in relationship to the wall? So we wanted to be very clear on that aspect of it. Jonathan, go ahead and switch to the next one. So there again, if you remember, just take the graphic that we just had, we were just showing where the fence and things were. This actually goes with those graphics. So there's the graphic plus the table. So kind of doing what we did with the signage, it's very clear. If you've got a type 1, you can look at the graphic, you know what you need to do. Here's how many trees are required for that 100-foot length. And the other thing that we also put in there is we do allow for the variations, either because of drainage considerations, if there's a corridor, if there's utilities, if there's roadways or driveways, and also just so that we don't create that, what we call that row of soldiers, 10 soldiers going up and down the roadway. So that, if you want to meander the trees, or you want to do some groupings of trees and make it look a little bit more natural, but and have some openings, that absolutely do that, but not at the expense of putting all the trees on, I'll call it the endpoints of the property, and everything in the middle being wide open. So we do identify some ability to kind of group those, but still maintain some visibility through, but not too much to where everything kind of gets moved around into one portion of the site.
Kelly, I know,
yes, sir.
I know in some of our past experience, some of the adjoining neighbors wanted completely opaque type trees that you can't see through. You can't, there's no sight vision through the vegetation. Is any of these meet that standard, or all of them? I guess the fence, you'd have to do the fence to meet that standard or something?
You'd have to do the fence to create that 100% opacity, Mayor. One of the things that we've found over the course of time is, if you start looking at deciduous versus other types of trees, so, trees that lose their leaves, they're great for, 6 months out of the year as far as a buffer is concerned, but then leaves go, and then what? And then if you do pine trees, it kills the soil, it kills the grass, and kills a lot of different things. So we've not been big fans of having that solid vegetated wall, I'll call it, but there are, if this group wants to see some sort of variation to where there's more trees within that length, or excuse me, within that area, then absolutely. If you look on that type 4 mirror, there is 8 trees, and that's within that 100-foot linear measurement. But we do allow for that 50 feet, so they could be staggered at that point. So that one would probably be the closest to what you're asking about.
Right.
And there again, kind of based off of one of the things that Julie mentioned earlier about the variation in the species and the types of trees, so that we did not have 100 feet of red oak or something like that, or as a place that I used to live in, Knoxville, Tennessee, allowed, Bradford pears. Great trees when they're probably 2 to 3 years old. After that, not so good. So that is something else that we're also looking at, is the types and the species of trees, to make sure that they're going to be hardy, they're going to be survivable, and they're also in the right climate.
So Kelly, will it be real plain in there when you have to use? Okay, that right there.
Yes, sir.
The other thing that we run into a lot, believe it or not, we run into all kinds of stuff, over the years. But one thing, even the same usage, wants buffers. Between an existing 20-year-old neighborhood and a brand new, neighborhood, even though the uses is the same, they're looking for buffers in there to divide the neighborhoods up, I guess. So we covering that? So we're covering that some?
Yes, sir. And I misspoke earlier when I said, if it's a single family neighborhood up against a single family, do we really want to have a buffer? Well, this actually says, yes, we do. Because I think we heard that loud and clear from the steering committee, that for that example right there, you've got a lot of existing established residential neighborhoods. And just like you said, Mayor, they may not want the newer neighborhood affecting them. So we have built in, although it's the lowest buffer type, a provision for buffers between like types of uses.
One question I have is, do we have protection for existing buffers and trees in this LDO?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we had talked about with staff early on. And there is not only the allowance for incorporation of the existing trees and buffer, I mean, along the property lines to be incorporated into the buffer, but there's also the tree protection and some of the other components within the LDO that said, you can't just go clear cut a site necessarily.
Right. That's great. Thank
But
you.
I think Kelly, what maybe Paul's getting at, I'm not sure, but we've had people, because it says in here you have to have those 4 trees and bushes and stuff, that they'll go out and they'll clear that whole 30-foot buffer and just replant new again. And I think that's where we've run into some problems before with too.
Yeah, and James, correct me if I'm wrong, and we may not have it here at this point. Besides the fact we grant existing credit, do we provide, I'll say, any sort of multiplier for existing?
We're going to talk about tree preservation. Yes.
Awesome.
It's on our list that we are supposed to be debating soon.
Yes.
Getting accomplished. But tree preservation has been an issue with this board. So.
Yeah, and that actually brings up an interesting point because, like I said, some of the places we've worked in before have said, one, if it is a specific type of tree based off of whatever standards that, one, you shouldn't be removing it. 2, if you use it as part of your landscape buffer and your perimeter buffers, that it can actually count towards 1.5 trees or something like that. So you're not replacing. So there's I'll say a monetary incentive at that point because trees are not cheap.
Right. Yeah, we had one recently where it had a good stand of trees and they took them all out and put bushes in. And I think the neighborhood didn't like that at all.
I've had similar situations where, existing oaks, walnuts, and some really gorgeous old trees that get removed for the sake of just removal. And it's the thing that we always try to educate developers about, of course, is, what is the monetary value of an existing tree versus planting one that's 1 inch or 2 inches. And when I say that, look at some of the property valuations of houses with existing mature trees, those, 10, 12, 14-inch trees. Not only is it the habitats, but and the shade, but it's also, there's studies out there that show what types of additional property valuations that somebody can take as part of that.
Okay, I have a question. This is Sheila, not to harp on the trees, but I heard Kelly Arnold say that we're gonna have a tree discussion. I really don't want this to get lost because, to the mayor's point, this happened recently and it was a nightmare. And it was some established trees, very much established. They weren't 100 years old, but they were probably at least 20 or 30. So when are we having that discussion and why aren't we having it now? At least I thought I heard Kelly Arnold.
I'm
Okay.
Kelly Klepper, are you prepared to do that? Or that's a good question because we have a list of things. When do we come back to this cup?
Well, and that's, James is taking notes for the parking lot items, and actually what we've got identified, Mrs. Sutton, is under section 6.345, vegetation preservation. There is several pages, especially as it relates to the preservation standards as it relates to deciduous versus evergreen. The size as far as, what is it, 25 inches in diameter at breast height.
And let me just, my concern is that's great that we're designating what types of trees. The concern goes back to the mayor's point about trees being removed. They're just being a clear cutting of tree. Well, I don't know if that's the right word, but just wiping out all those trees. I don't want to see that happen unless the trees are just not good trees for the area. But if they've been thriving a long time, I don't think we have that designated anywhere. And that's my concern.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, what we've got is also a preservation plan that's required for those areas. So yeah, there are standards in there. We can probably look to beef those up a little bit more. Now, the one thing you have to be careful about, especially when you start thinking about, I'll say, site development, is Water likes to flow downhill, and we try to get water going certain areas. So there's typically a lot of grading or cut and fill and things that have to happen. Sometimes you can end up doing more damage to that tree or that tree system, especially the roots, if you either redirect the water towards it and overload it, or you start cutting into the root system. And some places, excuse me, if you don't do a certain amount of cut and fill, or I'll say kind of that balancing act, then you start getting into steep slopes or roadways that don't meet other design standards. So there is I'll say a fine line that we have to walk with that.
Yeah, and I think to cover what we're talking about here, Kelly, is kind of look at, how do you build the buffer if it's a 25 foot, or I think one of them's up to 50 foot. How do you do that and reserve the trees that should stay in that buffer at all possible? And I don't know how you do that, how you should word that. I don't know if I hate to go with a permit or something, but the buffer should remain natural unless there's a reason to take it out, and plant a new tree in there. In other words, I think some of the homeowners were seeing these buffers, when we was talking about these buffers, that they were going to stay more natural than they are. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And I think that would be kind of what we're talking about, maybe, is how do we preserve the natural trees that's in that 25, 35, 50 foot buffer? If they can be preserved, how do we do that? Right. And we've seen some that could have, I think they could have, but they was chosen not to build a new buffer berm that they, the subdivision said that looks better. But, I think the existing people wanted the trees to stay,
Absolutely. And there again, one of the things we've got under that subsection is the preservation standards. So where we are talking about, especially within the required buffering and the landscape areas, one, they need to be tagged. They need to have the protective fencing. They need to do a couple of different things as part of that. So we do get into the percent of trees that shall be preserved, a minimum. And of course, we probably want to relook at that, James, with our folks, with Richard Brown, our landscape architect, on this.
Yep.
But also looking at the landscape / preservation plan that's required with site development.
Yeah, that's new, I think, right? That's a new thing. I think I'd heard that before.
Yes, sir.
That should help out, because we hear a lot of talk about what's going to be preserved, but there's really no plan to show that,
Yeah, and I will say one of the things that we did want to make sure that's incorporated in this, and I apologize for looking over here, is that all tree protection fencing must remain in place throughout the entire site development process until the time of a CO is issued. So there are some of those, so we're trying to make sure and build in those protections. So it's not just a one and done type of deal. But yeah, James, let's make sure we're flagging that and see if there's some other language we need to do on that.
And our other issue, and it probably isn't a land development ordinance problem, but is if somebody, if we have all this stuff in place and somebody goes out and knocks them all down, it's too late then. So what do we do in the meantime? And what kind of standards do we have? Or I guess, what do we have in place for, fines and such for stuff like that? I don't know. I know it's hard to do. I know it's hard to cover. I know it's hard to protect and everything else, but just making sure, we catch it on the front end. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, same here. This is Mr. Cross again. I know that it's a difficult conversation to have, but it is one that we should definitely keep an eye on. I know it's easier. The easiest thing for developers when they come in is to clear cut everything, because it's just a lot easier for them to go back and strategically place trees where they need to. One of the things that we, as I said before, I've actually brought this up in a steering meeting a couple of weeks ago, that the town of Rolesville, we just entered that group of being a tree city, which is something that our town has worked very hard towards in maintaining the green areas for the residents to love. So we should probably have more conversations around that the clear cutting. Let's see if we can keep some of our veteran trees and work towards some sort of resolutions on that.
Definitely.
Well, I appreciate everyone chiming in. I think my point is well made. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm just making a couple of quick notes there, folks.
Yeah, we definitely have that rolling list going right now, Kelly, of some of these discussion topics today. So it's a lot of really good input right now.
And what's really nice, especially, is that it's not just one person that's concerned about that. There were a number of folks that are concerned about it. So we know that needs to be elevated up in the mix. Okay, so next, we get into design standards, and this is actually proposed for section 6.8 of the LDO. And one of the things that the staff asked us to do early on was start looking at some of the design standards that they have or lack thereof. So we looked at both the non-residential and the residential components. Now, I will say that there are provisions under 160D, especially when you start getting into 1 and 2 family dwellings, that has prohibitions on what the town can do at this point. But there is a process that 160D identifies for those types of residential, which is a voluntary inclusion to do design standards or architectural standards for houses. Otherwise, the town does have some discretion and can make, when I say standards, as it relates to similar to what we're seeing right here. And when we say design standards, we're not talking about just the way the building looks, but there's also the aspects of how the building looks as it relates to other buildings, and also to portions of the site. What are we talking about from an accessibility standpoint, from a pedestrian standpoint? What about things like what you're seeing on the top right with those landscape islands with the sidewalks versus some of the other areas within parking lots? All of that's actually falling underneath these portions of the design standards. And some of you may go, well, Kelly, that building on the left looks kind of plain. I wouldn't approve that. That's some of the things that we'll continue to kind of work through with staff, adding some of the features like you see on the bottom right. Bottom right, on my right, sorry. With starting to say, okay, in this case, we're talking about the use of multiple materials and multiple types of colorations. We get into the use of the awnings, the entryways, the glass components, those transparency standards. We start looking at a lot of different things of how a building looks. So we kind of talked earlier today about some of the form-based code components. So what we're trying to do is to bring something here to the town because, we want the town to look good. I know you all do too, because it becomes a marketing, it becomes an advertising sales pitch. And, for Michael McFarland, he can start showing things that from an economic development standpoint about look how great our town looks. And that becomes an attractor. And that's where businesses start to see, okay, hey, this is a really great looking community. And they want to be part of that. So there again, we're not saying that we're going to get down to the levels of some of the historic districts that you may be familiar with, or some of the other larger communities, to where they get into the size, type, and shape of bricks, the features as far as the degree and angle of the roof lines and certain things like that. But we did want to make sure we have standards in there that there again are contextual and sensitive to the town and what we're trying to accomplish here. So we do look at the main buildings, we look at out parcels, we look at parking areas as far as the design standards are concerned. We do look at those pedestrian considerations, whether it's a building entry, those crossings in within buildings, between buildings, within parking lots. And there again, just kind of looking even as going to the level of the industrial standards, so that, it doesn't have to be so articulate that you can't tell it's an industrial building, but at the same time, some look to where it is, it's attractive. And especially when we start talking about places like the new business, industrial, and technology park, you want a little higher standard for those types of uses at that point versus, we'll say, the metal clad building or whatever at that point. Let me stop there.
Kelly, sorry, Kelly, I was going to just add one thing if I could. And, I know this is an area that we've definitely discussed with staff a lot. These kind of, not necessarily guidelines, these are standards that are actually going to be in the code. So that is a kind of a useful standard to have in there, especially when you have national retailers or businesses who may say, well, we have a certain design that we typically use, and this is what we do. It's good to have those standards on the books to have some sort of base level requirements there.
I do have a question. I know the steering committee, it was suggested that, and I'm not sure if this is where you discussed it, that no other businesses are going to be built like in a bowl type situation where the elevation is much higher than the entry into the businesses. So was that addressed anywhere in this?
No, not actually, Ms. Medley. And the only reason, because I can't remember who brought up that comment, but I remember the discussion that day. And let's use Main Street versus where Town Hall is. There is a natural change between where Main Street is all the way down to Town Hall. And I know some of the concern is, do we want to have Town Hall where it says right now sitting lower than the road? We may not have the ability to raise that side up and bring it up to the level of the road.
No, I mean future businesses, not what's already there.
No, I'm saying using that as the example if we were building it today, because one of the things you'd have to be concerned about is, one, what are you doing to the properties behind you from a stormwater component? Two, if you raised up that entire site, what's going to happen to the existing trees on that site? All of those are going to get wiped out at that point. So, I will say in Florida and some of the coastal areas, it's a lot easier because we've got flat topography. You all have real topography, real trees, and some of that's going to, like I said, affect what's going to happen from a stormwater component, from a field balance, as well as looking at what happens to the existing vegetation and trees.
Yeah, Kelly, I think I must have missed that day, but what I heard Michelle describe was a bowl, which means all the way around the property is higher. In other words, there is no runoff. So in those cases, I don't even know if we have one, but in those cases, we allow something to go in what she described as the bowl that would have a difficulty in draining.
So I will say from an engineering standpoint, and then I'll say from a visibility standpoint, most of those folks are not going to put the building down in the bottom. One, because water's got to go somewhere. It's going to naturally go to the low point. So that behooves them to kind of make sure they're either putting it up on the higher elevations or they're designing the site around that. And my apologies, Ms. Medley, I misunderstood your comment.
Yeah, it came up, I don't know, like maybe the last meeting or the meeting before. I think it was the last meeting. Someone had brought that up. So, okay, so.
So sometimes, I mean, and I'll go back to like the watershed overlay. There's certain things that you can do, can't do, shouldn't do. So, and as you've heard me say this a couple of times, one size does not fit all. So yeah, we need to be understanding of each individual site, but at the same time, try not to design something in the LDO that is so restrictive that it forces somebody not to be able to develop on that site, especially we'll say from a stormwater component.
In the steering committee, we did discuss both options, the bowl type situation and just a grading situation where the main road does sit higher as the topography slopes away from the road, such as on Main Street, where, Town Hall's a good example on this side, and on the other side you have Food Lion, where there's a drop off there naturally as well. Both of our sites are not in that bowl type situation. They are definitely drop off. So with Main Street being the highest point. The problem with that is, like Kelly said, we do have storm drainage issues. We have building on fill issues with making sure the fill is compacted properly to hold a building without settling in the future. You have just different grading issues as well on the site. It's very expensive. If Town Hall were to build today and it had to be at the grade of the road, that project might not go forward because it's too much dirt to put on. So you're saying no to development because of the topography of the town. So there are two things that we do have to consider. One is the topography of the site itself, and two is the other factors that might make it unique or peculiar to the parcel that we're talking about. So one of the LDO constraints that we have to do is finding a way to make provisions that work for most sites, and then give a process or processes for those sites that may fall on the outlier so that they can still develop as well.
Julie, I was thinking we required stormwater plans on developments, don't we?
We do require stormwater plans on everything, and you do have to make sure that your post-construction runoff matches the pre-construction. And, you know, we have all those provisions. You do have to make, and, you know, bringing in a lot of fill, clear cutting a site so you can dump more dirt on it, and then making sure it's compacted so you can put a building on top of that fill. There would be a lot of dirt on this site here at Town Hall if we had to fill in this this downsloping type of situation. So making the sites that are developable still be usable without requiring something above and beyond what the natural topography will allow is the concern here.
Any other comments on the design standards? And I know, Jonathan, the next slide is kind of has the bulleted list of items that I was just kind of talking through. But yeah, those are all the things that we've got identified or potentially identified as being incorporated within the design standards. Now, one of the things, and I know we're coming up the end of our day here, but we did want to spend some time as far as what we're calling the future topics, which is our next slide. So we wanted to, like I said, there again, spend a little time. What are the kind of the future topics that we wanted to discuss, or that you all wanted to make sure we're concentrating on? You know, we've got the increase in the vegetation and the preservation of those existing trees. But what other topics does this group want to make sure we are addressing, and to what degree?
Yeah.
And or what is a topic that this group would like to hear about more in a future meeting?
One of the things I want to make sure, and I don't know if it belongs here, belongs in the transportation plan, or you know, what plan it belongs into, but we really need to come together on where and when do we want the regular standard sidewalks versus the meandering sidewalks. You know, we're all over the board of that. You know, we've got some places we got it, some places we don't, you know, gaps and all that stuff. So I think, and I don't know where it goes, but I think we do need to come together on how do we tell, and my understanding from one recent meeting with a developer, you know, we don't have a standard for that. And I really think we need a standard of what our streetscapes should look like on our main streets, at least.
And James, correct me if I'm wrong with that. That is not section 6 of the LDO that we've got identified at this point. That is, well, Mayor, there's one thing that we've got identified, which is called complete streets. And part of that addresses what you're talking about. But then we also have another section of the LDO that actually also gets into more of the conventional sidewalk placement within the right of way and things of that, like that.
Yep. And I just want to make sure we know up front what is expected before, you know, even a plan hits the table. You know, this area you should have what are you supposed to have here? Is it sidewalks, or is it meandering sidewalks and ditches, or what it is supposed to be? You know.
And James, do we incorporate that under section 9?
Speaking from a developer's point of view, meandering sidewalks are going to depend on two things: topography and rock. It's going to be hard to put a standard of where they've got to go.
Well, that means we ought to default to the sidewalks, the regular sidewalks or something. What I don't want to happen, Jack, and it's happening, I think, is you have one developer put sidewalks in with gutters, and the next developer puts, you know, ditches with meandering sidewalks right beside it. So, you know, we just need to have one or the other.
May I interject here for a second and explain current UDO? And your upcoming CTP is going to spell out identification of curb and gutter, lane widths, sidewalks, side paths, et cetera, bike lanes, whatever, a combination with the bike study. Your question, I'm not sure if I'm clear, but if you're wanting to spell out precisely the specifications of a sidewalk versus the curb versus the thickness of asphalt, the thickness of the gravel under the asphalt, your drainage, the size of your pipes for your storm drains, all that stuff is in your standards and specification. That is one element that seems to be lacking here in Rolesville is a true town standard specifications. Right now, we've referenced DOT or some other source that's not necessarily determined by the town. I brought that up several times, and that's something probably for future consideration after you adopt this LDO is to actually have a true town standard specification manual. And that's something that our consultant engineer or someone can assist us in. As far as determination of where you do curb and gutter, where you do grass swales, that's going to be defined by the new CTP. If you look in there, there will be sheets that explain to what each one of those classifications are in that plan. If you'll go look at the slides that we provided, if you scroll down, you'll see the cross section of the roads that Allison put in there, but she didn't talk about it today.
Okay. So we won't have any question about what goes where then.
That's correct.
As we have in the past, board meetings, is this going to be meandering or this is going to be a sidewalk?
Well, the old CTP, the 2002 plan had that in there, but we're going to make it, it's going to be much clearer with the new CTP. And I'm talking about the community transportation plan.
I guess from a board perspective, what's some other heartburns you guys want to make sure we have in here?
While we're on sidewalks, I want to pitch Michelle's interest of talking about sidewalks on both sides of the street in residential neighborhoods. I think.
Well, in the past, it's always been according to the density. High density neighborhoods, we required it. I think that the PUDs, we required it, and the low density, we didn't. And I don't know what the new standard is, but I would think, the high densities, and we waived that. I think Carlton Point board decided to waive the both sidewalks on both sides of that neighborhood and supposed to be there, but
well, it wasn't waived in the villages, and some streets in the villages only has one sidewalk. And there was room for another sidewalk because the streets are extra wide and then there's no sidewalk.
Yeah, and I think the village is supposed to have it because of the density.
Exactly. So I guess we need to make sure we know what the standard is so you don't have developers coming and then not doing what they're supposed to do.
So, yeah. So what standard is going to be in the new what is it, LDO, LDC or whatever?
Okay.
LDO.
That's my question. I don't know. Do we know that, Danny or Kelly or James yet? Have we got to that?
I don't think it's fleshed out to that level yet, Kelly.
So that's on the list.
I personally think the high density neighborhoods should have them. I mean, I know, I think the Point has got them, and I think the ones that we approved recently has them, right? The Point and Callis Farms, I think all those supposed to have double sidewalks in them, I believe, unless we waived it. No?
No, they're not waived. They are required because they're under the current regulations of a PUD. All PUDs have to have sidewalks on both sides.
That's what I was thinking the high density did.
But let's take Callis Falls. The original Callis Falls that later became a PUD. When it was before that, did not. It was a sidewalk on one side. And it was not out of density, and the number of housing units did increase with the PUD. versus the R2 zoning. Because the lot sizes were decreased because R2 was 15,000 square foot lots. But you can take Chandler's Ridge, for example. That's in the watershed, and technically sidewalks were not required with the grass swales. But we negotiated and insisted that there need to be some sidewalks in that kind of development because we knew everybody can't walk in the middle of the street, along the edge of the street. So you're correct. You need to make a clear standard on when sidewalks are required and which side, and which streets do not require sidewalks. Sometimes short cul-de-sacs don't need a sidewalk. Longer cul-de-sacs do need a sidewalk. So you got to define that, which goes back into your subdivision regulation standards, or more specifically, your street standards design specification manual.
When do we get into, when does the board get to see the densities for RHD and RMD?
We actually have, James, correct me if I'm wrong, we've kind of fleshed those out. I know we have compared that up against the comprehensive plan. Which section is that, James?
Be in section 3.1.
That's what I was looking for.
Yep.
Did we carry over what we previously have, or have we modified?
We've definitely modified.
It's been modified because you couldn't take what's in the current UDO and put it into the LDO when we reduced the number of districts. When we reduced from 9 to 3, you couldn't do it exactly the way it was in there. You're now dealing with a low density, a medium density, and a high density.
And to summarize those, what is it per units per acre?
I'm trying to thumb right through right quick, or if y'all can find
Yeah, I
it.
actually have it open right now, Danny. And Kelly.
Share it if you can.
Yeah, for the RLD, which would be the low density, it's a maximum 2 dwelling units per acre. For the RMD, which is the medium density, it would be a maximum 3 dwelling units per acre. And then within the RHD, which is the high density, we do have a bit of a tiered density offering there. It would be a maximum 6 dwelling units per acre for single family detached, 9 units for attached, and 12 units for multifamily. So it's a bit of a different tiered approach for the high density.
So not necessarily for today, but I think that needs to be put up against what we have today and have the board have a consensus discussion on those.
And then they supposed to match up with R1, R2, and R3. Is that what we're saying?
For the most part, Mayor.
For the most part, they do, but some cases they don't. Your R2 and your R1 are actually the low density. Your R3 is your most likely your higher density, and then of course the PUD was even higher. That's really the high density if you choose the high density option in the PUDs.
Are we going to have PUDs?
No, we've taken the PUDs out and we've used the mixed use instead.
We're going to, the PUDs that exist in the current identification of subdivisions will be retained. It's got to be mentioned in here in the ordinance, but there'll be closed districts. We're not going to have more PUDs. Instead, we'll be using the mixed use option, which is what you were trying to attempt to do with the PUDs.
That's right.
And I just
mixed use option will be something that can be applied for and changed from the traditional districts.
And I'd just like to remind everybody that the draft version is available online. If you do have something that you want to see how we have presented it so far, you go to that website that we talked about earlier, the planning department page under what's new, plans in progress, scroll down about halfway. And that version that says the latest draft of the LDO here, click on that. That'll bring up the some 400-page document that is the most recent revisions of the LDO that we're working on. And of course, this is in draft form because we'll be bringing a final draft after we have all these discussions. But if you want to see what is currently on the books, please go look at that text so you can see what it is that we have proposed so far. So I just want to remind you that the text is available for you to start reviewing.
I have one question. Danny, you said that since we're not using the PUDs anymore, I know that since I've been on the board, there has been a lot of discussion about builders, developers saying that they're part of their design is commercial, but then the commercial never comes to fruition. Is this where it would be written in that so much has to be developed and then commercial has to be developed and then they can finish their residential?
I'm going to let Dave talk about that little question there more than I am. I would tell you that some of that comes more, and Dave, correct me, it's more of a development agreement to say commitments to build so much of the commercial with the residential, particularly with the mixed use. Some progression with that combination, similar to what you did with the cobblestone project.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't go write something specifically in the code too much without, we do have some provisions in, like an example of the form-based code of the town center saying, you get this much, you got to do that much with it for the mixed use. I think there's some limitations on that, but I'll let Dave address that question more clearly because we're getting to a big legal question, how to address the rights.
Presumably, any new matters that came forward for a mixed-use project would come forward as part of a rezoning case. And so if there were concerns regarding how that was going to be developed and how phases were going to come online, that can be addressed in the conditions at the time of the zoning case. If it's a large project, many phases, complicated, variety of public and private infrastructure investments that will need to be made, it could be that a development agreement would go along with that, either with the zoning case or with the eventual site plan proposal. All those ways could address it. And even though those are two ways that we see it most often, there are at least some cities in North Carolina that for their mixed use districts do include in their ordinances some sort of minimum thresholds that prevent essentially building out all of the residential without ever touching the commercial element.
Right, and I know that is the discussion that we've been having about at least something being built so they don't, it doesn't happen
Right,
as it has in the past.
And so the challenge with it, to give you city unnamed, much larger than Rolesville, the challenge with it is, what do you do with a mixed use project that's pretty small? It's only going to have 70 residential townhomes, and it's going to have a 2-bay commercial location that's going to have a coffee shop and a gym.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the townhomes are going to get built in one phase. So something has to go first and get done.
Mm-hmm.
And so once you've let the townhomes go first, because obviously somebody has to go to the coffee shop and it has to be the people in the townhomes, you can't kick the people out of the townhomes just because the developer never built the coffee shop. So it just becomes a challenge in a small project to make that happen. But I'm open to creative ideas. I know a lot of city attorneys and planning directors are.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So I know the concern has been to get commercial, and Danny just used the example of cobblestone. Well, cobblestone came to the table with commercial in mind. I think what this board has tried to address is when developers are coming and they just want to do residential. So I don't think it's so much about, well, it may be for some of us about when they build commercial, but my whole concern is that they build commercial, that we encourage that in some way. Does that make sense?
Sure. So Commissioner Sutton, I think the history on Cobblestone is that the town had the assets already in place. The town was the seller, and the town had money in its pocket to make commercial happen. It wasn't private market driven. We were only interested in talking to someone who would come to us with a commercial proposal.
So my question becomes, how do we make it more driven towards commercial, even in a private situation, whether that be enhancing it for the private landowner? But I just think we need to explore that space, or I'm interested in knowing how do other towns encourage that type of development, because that's what we want to see more.
I think one thing to think about, Sheila, is who's coming to us. You know, all these we have so far, you know, when you're looking at, I guess, the Point and all, they're all residential. They're just residential developers with no commercial people tied to them. And you know, that they have no, you know, just prayer that it will be a commercial that want to come there. But if it's a commercial coming to us, that like you know, kind of way Dave described, you know, if it's a commercial person coming that wants to put a coffee shop and things there, and they're going to sell off a piece to put residential in there, to me, that's entirely different. You know, from the beginning, that's entirely different. You know, because you know the commercial developer is going to work their butts off to get commercial there.
That's a great point. I'm just trying to make sure that we are enhancing our LDO policy so that it does encourage maybe getting some commercial developers.
Right.
So this is good conversation. I'm glad we got to kind of dive into some of those details. We have hit the 3:30 time frame. I do
have a couple real quick ones, you know, to make sure we.
And I do have one quick question as well.
Yeah, the couple real quick ones, just make sure we got them in there. We need a really robust transportation impact study plan. You know, we talked about that a long time, so it needs to be really robust in there. You know, when it's going to take place and who's going to do it. And I think we've been talking a lot about, you know, be someone that a town engineer or a town contractor. So we need to make sure that's in there if it's not. And the other one kind of slips my mind right now. So go ahead, Michelle, real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ronnie. I just want to ask this question. I understand the process. I've really learned it a lot when I used to travel to these different functions for the town for commercial. But in regards to this new LDO that's created, and I know it's important to the commissioners to have that, could somebody just tell me, and it's probably a little off topic, is that book, I know when a major company wants to move into a certain town, I know they go through a lot of steps, but do they also request a copy of each municipality's LDO? You know, are they flipping to a certain chapter to see where they can and what they can and cannot do?
Michelle, I'll answer that. And the answer is yes. Most developers, when they start researching, they do contact the planning department. They contact the town. They ask where our UDO is. They ask where our provisions are. They ask if there's anything that's not listed on the website. They want to talk about other developments within the community. So we usually set up a pre-submittal meeting. They're usually anywhere between a half an hour to an hour long. And then we start working them through the process, how best to get them through, what their timelines are going to be. And we start those discussions long before they come before the board. So yes, they do that. That is a typical development process for as soon as something is even in the plans, they contact the town to see what those provisions are and where the LDO or UDO is online so they can look through them.
Okay, because I figured that must be the case. I mean, I almost 100% thought that, but it would explain why we had gotten so many residential developers who wanted to come into Rolesville based on what they were reading versus the commercial. So hopefully this will be a little more enticing to commercial developers who are looking to develop. So
Right.
thank you very much, Ronnie. Hopefully you got your, Julie, hopefully your question came back to you, Ronnie.
I got
Yeah.
one more quick question too, regarding telecommunications. I've been dealing with it probably off and on for, I don't know, 10 to 15 years. And you went from, and I'd asked about this before, you went from the antennas being on top of buildings and people kind of marking those off so you couldn't see them from the road. Then you went to 200-foot tall cell towers that look like trees but don't really look like trees. And now you're going to 5G, which is going to be on lower poles around the area. And with a town center, do we have anything standard-wise to kind of incorporate those in without them standing out?
Oh, and Dave, definitely correct me if I'm wrong. I'll say definitely some limitations and components under North Carolina statutes as far as what we can and cannot do. It's pretty straightforward right now.
Straightforward being what?
Pretty much
yeah,
hands off.
Yeah, the state statutes are pretty clear on what you can and can't do or what you can and can't ask for.
There's federal law dealing with telecommunication, then there's state rules enacted by the legislature, and then there's some provisions that municipalities can do. I think what has been identified dealing with 5G is what we refer to as small cell towers facilities, and you're finding those along the roads because they don't have a lot of range, and you see them very frequently. You'll see it located frequently, and it does require fiber optic capabilities to use those. With team coming in, that's a possibility happening here in Rolesville. I think, Kelly, you got that identified in the telecommunication in
That's
the ordinance, and it's mentioned in there to accommodate that. But I will tell you, we will be limited to what we can do under state law. Some of that's going to be in DOT's right of way. Some of that is going to be on town streets that puts it into purview of the town for encroachment or permitting. And there's going to be some things we can do and some things we can't. We can't go decorate them too much, I guess is the best way to say it. You can't camouflage them too much. But if you want to see what we're talking about, small cell, go down Rogers Road. They're in Wake Forest.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I've seen them already. So I just don't want them to be, I know, like I said, we can't do anything much with them, but I don't want to be an eyesore at the same time when we're trying to develop something nice.
And the legislature's already, because of the lobby group, is already kind of put some limitations on municipalities on what we can and cannot do with those.
Okay, thank you.
And
Yeah, Kelly.
I'm sorry, for folks who don't hang out in the central part of town anyway, you might have missed out on recent antenna replacements going on the big tower. That was just this past year.
And still ongoing. They are still replacing the antennas. I have an open building permit for that as well, still.
Kelly, the last thing I will mention is future topics. I know you mentioned amenities somewhat back with the tot lot thing. I know this board has had to deal with amenities in the past, and I know we want to see something. What are we looking at? What are we requiring, especially on the larger subdivisions, and also around even the multi-use developments, to make sure they're really walkable type things and connecting into our greenway systems and stuff like that. So I know the commissioners have some really interesting things they want to make sure it's included around amenities. So that may be a good future topic.
Yeah, and actually, Julie confirmed, is section 6.3 up on the website for review?
Yes, it is. The entire thing is up.
Okay.
So
there's some really good information in that, Mayor, especially because we start to define what kind of amenities need to be in the specific types of parks and the acreages and the sizes, and those walkability components and what we can count towards open space. So there's actually a lot of information in there, and we didn't like I said, didn't get a chance to hit on it too much today. But what I would suggest is, after you take a look at it, let Julie or Danny know anything that may be missing or clarified, and then we can definitely talk about that and then also schedule it for a subsequent discussion.
Great.
Here's an idea. Since all 460 pages are on the website, and we're telling everybody to go out and read them. Maybe we ought to do like a book club, and every week we'll release out a note asking everybody to read chapters 1 through 3 and give us any questions or something like that. So that will kind of prompt you and remind you, because now is the time to start getting familiar with it. So I think starting next week, we'll just kind of start prompting you in an email. Read, if you can, if you have spare time, read these sections and drop your questions to us, because I think you do need to dedicate some time instead of waiting till May to start reading, if I were to give anybody advice. I have two other questions real fast. I know we referenced it, but just for sake of, before we leave today, we talked about 160D requiring sunset clause. What is that number? What's the years on the sunset clause? Does anybody off the top of the head remember that?
I believe for site plans, it was 1 year, and for others, it was 2. For building permits, it's 6. For phasing developments, it's 7. So there are a couple of different provisions that they build in. But
and that's non-negotiable, right? That is state statute now. So at least we have a timeline.
Yes.
It's not one. It's not for zoning then, is that right?
It's for all developments, and I will tell you that we have developments here that have lasted 12 to 15 years. That will no longer continue, and what that means is you can get some vested right if you applied for it. You can get some automatic provisions in the ordinance, but if you got, let's take the point. The point eventually with this code, we got to do a sunset on it. If they don't get it all built within 5 years, you got to resubmit what you haven't built and get it approved again. And you're then subject to the ordinance of that day, of that year. So if you make changes a year from now, we'll adopt it to the LDO, and they go 6, 7, 8 years to build that point out, we will have to do a provision in here about expiring, that they have to get it done, and then they'll have to come under the LDO, and then once they get that approved, there's a time limit on that.
So Danny, Sheila, just clarifying, so that applies to ones that have already been approved or those forthcoming?
Those that have not completed.
Completed, oh, in process.
Those that have not completed the projects, have not gotten their development, let's just take Carlton Point. Carlton Point started in 2005. And here we are in 2000, that was before that, 2000, what was it? 15? I don't know. Some of these are really, really old. I can tell you that.
Carlton Point, I think you had that about right. It's 2005 or 6.
I think it's a while ago.
Yeah, 2005. And here we are in 2021, still dealing with the last phase.
Wow.
And matter of fact, Carlton Point, it's so old, it's exempt to stormwater regulations because it didn't expire.
Gotcha. Thanks
So
for
with the new legislation, there was a big debate about doing sunsets, and in some cases, with environmental rules and something like that, that they're not being implemented. That's what prompted this sunset guidelines in 160D.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying.
The other one I don't want to forget about is I think we're going to address Airbnbs. We talked about that with the board at one time. That would come around. And then my final comment is, board, there are going to be, as soon as you adopt it, or even prior to, we're going to bring a list to you of things that didn't get touched on, that I know that are trending or have been trending in the last 5 to 7 years that are going to come your way sometime. For instance, easy ones like tiny homes, not easy, tiny homes or bees, or what are you going to do about chickens that we don't have time to address now. Those burn time, they take time. And so we'll have a list of things that don't get addressed in this LDO. And then when we get done, we're going to kind of say, do you want to be proactive and start talking about these? Or do you want to just react when they come in the door?
Kelly, the B&Bs, I think they need to be addressed sooner than later.
Airbnbs are going to be addressed now. But other ones, there's going to be a few other ones that just aren't going to get time that we know probably will be in front of you somewhere down the line. But they haven't addressed you. So just heads up.
So Kelly and Julie, do we have another meeting for the steering committee, or was that meeting the last meeting? The last meeting?
No, we have a meeting scheduled for the 18th of March.
Okay.
We have them scheduled all the way to May.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I'm hearing all this talk about, oh, we're like done or we've got so much done. I was like, are we done?
No, you're not done. You got the first
we've
portion
got a lot
done.
but yeah, no, there's still a lot of work to do.
Okay, so wait a second. So when you said the new LDO was about 480 pages already, is that already like today? Meaning that the rest that has to come, there's going to be more than 480 pages?
Yes.
Oh.
Or we're almost done with numbers. We just have to get better clarity on some things.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. I thought there was another.
Mayor has something he wants to say.
Yeah, it's one other thing I want to make sure we make sure we cover, Kelly, and it has to do with these landlocked areas that you have to go through one subdivision to develop the other subdivision behind it, similar to what we got with the Point North and Cedar Lakes. Is it Cedar Lakes? Is that the name of it? Where I feel like we need something that says if you got to go through somebody's neighborhood to get to your new neighborhood, it can't be but so much density. It can't be more dense than what you're going through, evidently, or something like that, to keep us seeing townhomes in the back of a neighborhood, and all of a sudden, in the back of I don't know, let's say Granite Crest, in the back of that they put townhomes back there, and you have to go all the way through Granite Crest to get to the townhomes. So I think we need to look at that. We've got several pieces of property that is completely landlocked by neighborhoods that we need to make sure we don't have to deal with it, in a meeting in the future,
So Mayor, the key on that is going to be to ensure that the zoning is correct for those sorts of parcels and that it aligns with the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, and maybe that may be the answer, because most of them are not zoned now, other than.
Well, let me give you a little history on that. As you may recall, Mr. Kern, Mayor Kern, is that was approved, I believe, 2015 with townhomes in the original PUD that was enacted.
I know.
Then here we are in 2019. They went from those townhomes to single family, but they did start with townhomes, and there was the opposition. We kind of said, we need you to rethink that one. But that was predetermined legally back in 2015. So when 2015 was, and the section of Cedar Lakes at the time in 2015 was not built, even though it had already been vested with preliminary and special use permit for a cluster subdivision. And that road width was a local street versus should have been a collector, residential collector, should have been wider.
Yeah, I know, but we're still dealing with another piece of property that's on the, between the bypass and Cedar Lakes. And then if you go down to the other end, Carlton Point, there's two properties down there that's kind of landlocked by,
yes,
but Carlton Point, there's two properties down there landlocked. And what I want to make sure is that we don't have to deal with a mass development going in there.
Well, your issue is well taken about the bypass is a barrier. Because you can't do access to it. It's limited access, so you can't connect to it.
But Dave makes a good point that, you know, as long as we don't rezone it to something that would be unsuitable, and maybe if it's condition zoning, we could put a number on it or something, but.
That's in your legislative decision-making of zoning cases, yes.
All right, James. Jonathan.
Yeah.
Move to adjourn.
Yeah, I've got to move on. I've got another obligation, so I'm going to be leaving the meeting.
So, Jonathan, I think we're getting close to the wrap up. Now, here's what we all need to do. We all need to go live for a moment. Everybody's live with their video? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna play a game. Who is the person on the screen that has 30 days left on this in his job? If you can tell by the empty walls.
Danny Johnson. Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's got one map
Danny
poster
Johnson.
behind him.
That's probably his
It's
map.
the special intensity allocation, by the way, for the watershed.
Down, guys. We can't see.
I thought it was a countdown calendar back there.
Well, that's on my phone.
We better frame that and send it off with you. If that's the last
I
thing
can't
in the office.
see it unless he's speaking. I can't see it.
Change
Oh.
your view to gallery view instead
And
of speaker.
Scroll
I
through, you can
can't
see.
because the screen share is still on.
Oh, I can
If
help
you
with
do a
that.
side-by-side
let's
gallery,
take
you
the
should be able to see
screen share off.
it.
Yeah, let's make sure we
Danny,
get
just say something.
There we
Thank
go.
Say something again.
There we
There it
go.
is, I'm here. The only map on the wall
Danny's
is the
got one
special
item up there.
intensity allocation. It's that little map back there. We'll show you a little bit. This is the only map on the wall now. It's a little 8.5 by 11.
Oh,
That
Wow,
screams,
Danny.
I'm done.
Yeah, we put back
That's
the new zoning map back up. But yeah, today, guys, you realize there's 28 days till I'm retired.
Oh, I thought it was 30.
Wow.
Kelly was off by 2 days. My counter at 5 o'clock today, as of today, is 28 days.
How many years, Danny?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How many years total in planning?
In planning? Oh, gosh. Let's see, it's 38.
Wow. Well,
Wow.
For planning,
congratulations.
yeah. I'll be in 4 years here with you guys.
Wow. Congratulations to you. Wow.
I think it's time for me to pass it on to the next generation. I've
for
done
you.
enough wisdom for you guys, probably too much.
I think I'm there with you on that, Danny.
You'll be missed, Danny.
Thank
Well,
you for your service. 38
Thank you.
years.
I am pleased with the progress we've made here, and thanks to you guys, the commissioners and our manager and the planning board. Since I've gotten here to where we are today, you are in a lot better shape with the comp plan, your community transportation plan, now the LDO, staff and opportunities is there. You got a lot of challenges to start with coming up.
Well, thank you for that gift.
Well, it wasn't done by me, by myself. It was a team effort by a number of different people here with the town. That's what I'm trying to say, but we're in concert.
Well, good job. Good job.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your retirement. It's awesome.
That means I have to call you more often, Danny. I was calling you a lot before that I started getting it. So I'm going to call you some more just in case I start forgetting it.
He's walking out in 28 days. He's going to.
You got a limited time offer right now.
Oh my gosh.
I
All
love it.
right.
All right, Jonathan, I think that's it. Everybody, thank you. So I think we talked about, we probably need to do another session like this in late April, early May. And we're really going to make sure we got T's crossed and I's dotted. Today was high level. Do you like it? Now you got to go start reading it. We'll do some homework, get some questions raised in between now, but we're probably going to do another one of these. Is that right, Julie?
Yes. And we'll nail down a schedule, but I was thinking, around the last week of April.
Yep.
And if we do that homework book club, we can be on schedule every week to make sure that everybody's at least read or has been assigned to read the document by the time we come back in April. So we'll break it up into chapters for you, or a little bit of sections, and we'll highlight areas to be called out, kind of like we did with the steering committee for those who are on the steering committee. And we'll make sure that we can get through this together in somewhat of an organized fashion. And as you're digesting everything that happened today, everything that you learned, everything we talked about, you have my information. Please call me, please email me, send me any questions. I know that you're all going to open your document this weekend and read all 400 pages and just, have it done by Monday and be excited about it. But just in case you have questions or in case you have comments, email me, call me. I'm in a lot of meetings. As Danny is leaving, we are scrambling in the department to make sure that we get up to speed on everything and get as much knowledge from him as possible. So email is probably better, especially if you have a lot of comments. That way I don't have to transcribe as you're talking to me on the phone. You can just email them to me and I can incorporate them into a document and make sure we get to those points as we move forward in all the revisions. So please keep me in the loop on any of your thoughts and questions, and I'll make sure that they get addressed.
So I hear that as we're meeting every Friday, right?
Oh yeah, at 4 o'clock every Friday.
Woo! All right, I think that's it. Jonathan, do you need anything else from us?
No, I don't. I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Thank
Everybody have
you.
a great weekend.
Kelly.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Kelly.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Thanks.